Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Mutty Perkins.
Okay, morning everybody, morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. May I apologize for being late, as usual, and for the usual reason. We're going to have to do something about this, I don't know what. But, anyway, where do we start? There's a story that has been broadcast on air about one of the Cuban bulb screws being admitted into somebody's home and stealing. This happened in St. Mary. Let's leave aside the name of the district in which it happened. But they went in there and stole MP3 player and a Walkman. And apparently the goods were recovered. And they've decided not to pursue the matter. And the young woman who is supposed to have done this is being deported to Cuba. Not a very pleasant happening, but there it is. Not only Jamaica man thief. The Media Association of Jamaica has put out a statement. A statement about its concern, expressing its concern for inflammatory statements recently made by political leaders, which are endangering, they have a potential for endangering media workers. I think that they are justified in putting out a statement in responding to what has been happening. And they have an obligation, I'm sure, to protect their workers. The thing that I wonder about, though, is the suggestion in the report that has been put out that these inflammatory statements have been made by members, I think leaders of both political parties. Mr. McBean, who is the president of the Media Association, is said, according to the story in the Observer, the leadership of both political parties, both major political parties, have been guilty of making highly inflammatory statements about the media, and so on. And as a result, the MAJ would be, well, let's leave it at that. The leadership of both political parties have recently been making inflammatory statements about the media. I called Mr. McBean this morning, inviting him to come on to this program because I wanted to ask him to justify that statement. He says he's going to be able to make it today because he has a meeting that he'll be leaving there at 10 o'clock for a meeting. Well, he would call us if the meeting ended in time for him to be on the program. But it would be very interesting because I can't remember. I remember the inflammatory statement about the media that I have heard have come out of the mouths of the mother of the nation, right? Or certainly the lady who calls herself or tells us that we are her children, and who has been sent by God to be our mother. So I have heard her making what I would consider inflammatory and quite irresponsible statements. I haven't heard any such coming out of the mouths of any leaders of the Labour Party, and I heard one of the hosts on one of the morning programs making the same comment that she couldn't remember. This was this morning, Emily Crooks. I heard her saying that she couldn't remember any instance of any statement of the kind being made by a leader of the Labour Party. And it would, in my view, be quite irresponsible unless, they can justify this statement. It would seem to me quite irresponsible for the MAJ to be tarring the Labour Party or the leadership of the Labour Party or any party. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether it is Labour or PNP or any other party. It would be unfair to tar this other party with the same brush. If what has really happened is that the Prime Minister and leader of the PNP is the person who has made these inflammatory statements, why not come out and say that the Prime Minister made these statements? Right? And it creates, the Media Association is very concerned about it. Is this a kind of cowardice that is going on here? We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
I want to be an election day worker.
I worked in the last general elections, and I'm proud to be a part of the democracy. I felt quite safe, and the process is thorough and fair.
The EOJ needs 3,000 additional workers for Election Day. We're seeking persons with at least 1 year tertiary education living in the Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine areas. We're making a special appeal to teachers and civil servants to join our team. Pick up an application form at shop number 21, 44 Pines Plaza, EOJ, 43 Duke Street, the Election Center, 9th floor, Towers, Duke Kingston, or call 922-9015 for details. Do it for democracy. Do it for Jamaica.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back. You know, we just received a letter. A letter scandalizing or attempting to scandalize a public officer. I don't want to but that public officer has been, in my view, serving the public interest. He has been doing his job. And his doing of his job and doing it well must have been of some concern to the government, having regard to. And the letter is full of nastiness concerning him. Right? I don't know. I don't know what they expected me to do with it. But it seems to me to be a spirit prevailing in these times. Anyway, no more about that. I see that the Labour Party has out another ad, a very powerful ad, in which they have Sister P saying, what is it? We're not changing nothing, or something to that effect. And as she says that, people are coming in and talking about the problems that they confront. Water, roads, schools, whatever. I think it's a quite effective ad. There are two of them. And I'm just wondering whether a complaint is not going to be made to the Ombudsman and a demand that they be removed from the air. I look forward to that, and I just wonder what the Labour Party is going to do about it. Whether it's going to withdraw them, as it did the one about the hospital bed. Anyway, interesting times we're living in. I gather that there are rumors going around that the election is shortly to be announced, and that it is going to take place in July. Don't know how true, but those are the rumors. I can't see why they should want to hold it up indefinitely, you know. The Gleaner this morning has a headline, "No jobs for slobs." Who are these slobs? These slobs are young people, apparently. They've done a poll, the Bill Johnson poll. And it claims, it discloses, I suppose you might say, that although, you know, I don't have a great deal of confidence in these polls, but this might be 44% of 18 to 24-year-olds are unable to find jobs. 40.6%. Later on in the story, we're told, not by the pollster, but by, from PIOJ data, that 40.6% of them, 40.6% of them have 1 to 6 subjects. In 1 to 2 subjects in CXC or GCE, and 22% passed, have none. Yes. And I suppose that this is, I don't know, what is the ground on which they're being called slobs? I suppose that is the Gleaner's equivalent of the Attorney General's word. What was that? Hutupek. So, but if these youngsters pass through an educational system and did so poorly, we have to ask ourselves why. What is it that is going wrong? Are they the ones who are running the educational system? Or is it the government? And why is the government running an educational system that is performing so badly in terms of its outturn? I don't know. I keep on saying on this program, and I believe that it is unanswerable, that we cannot, we can more readily, more easily afford a proper educational system for our young people than we can afford not to educate them properly. They are our people, are our greatest asset. We cannot afford to transform them into what the Gleaner is calling slobs, and the Attorney General Hutopic, rather than into good, educated, skilled citizens capable of performing to the best of their potential. We cannot afford it. What that cost us is, as a nation, is greater than what it would cost us to provide them with a decent education. So don't bother to ask what it is going to cost and where the money is going to come from. We better find a way to get the money. And the money that this government has been borrowing could well have done it had they been so minded. But no. Them is Hutopek. Them no matter. Right? Them not important. The government has no idea about the economic development of this country. It doesn't have a clue what it is about. It seems to think that economic development is about getting the Spanish companies to come in and build some more hotel rooms. Right? It is a lot more than that. One hell of a lot more than that. And we don't only want people to have jobs. We want them to have good jobs that are highly productive. That are efficient and competitive with the rest of the world. We live in a world that is a WTO, increasingly a WTO world. We're no longer going to be able to get subsidies for our sugar and our bananas. We're going to have to find ways of producing competitively with the other nations of the world. Right? And we cannot do it with the kind of undereducated people that the system is producing. This is monstrous and cannot be allowed to continue. And then when we have done it, when we have brutalized these people, these youngsters, we turn around and call them Hutopek and slob and words like that. As if all that concerns us is status, you know. These people belong in the rubbish heap. It cannot work that way, you know. It cannot work that way. We're destroying this country. We take a break.
Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, creating wealth for our clients every single day. For expert stock portfolio management, foreign currency investments, and competitive returns, call Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 960-639-024. The time by Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5 is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 4-ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a mid to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms, especially during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Thursday and Friday, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tassie orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tassie line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
Wiley, right, since you get the bus, you can't stop polish it.
This tour bus is my investment. If I take care of it, then it will take care of me. Just like how the National PC Bank look out for me too.
And the deal says up to $5 million in loans them offering small business people at low interest rates.
You know about? And see my collateral? Right here.
Stop by your local branch of the National PC Bank. We know that small business doesn't mean small thinking.
I'm just a come, cause it's a whole fleet I plan to have, you know.
All right, Miss Entrepreneur.
The National PC Bank, creating opportunities for communities.
So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Incidentally, I see that Sister P is going to make the provision of water for people of this country a matter of priority for her government if and when she gets her mandate. Isn't it remarkable? We are told by the Water Commission, water is life. The government has been in office for 18 years, more than 18 years, and is just now going to make water, the provision of water, a priority. How amazing. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Perkins?
Morning, sir. How are you?
Frank Phipps, sir. I'm fine.
That voice is recognizable, you know, sir.
Frank Phipps, how you do?
I'm telling you that voice is recognizable.
Really?
Oh, yes.
I better be careful where I talk in the dark. What's happening? I heard you talking about the state of emergency yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Was it yesterday was the anniversary?
Yesterday was the anniversary.
Of the declaration?
Of the declaration.
It struck me, Mutty, that that was what, 31 years ago?
Yes.
About that?
About that.
Well, anybody who is in their early 40s would have been in the region of 12 years old.
Yes.
And they would know what you mean by a state of emergency, you know.
Yes, indeed.
You know what I mean? To talk about a state of emergency was declared. They don't know that it is the greatest deprivation of people's rights in this country.
Yes.
Since, I'm prepared to say since slavery, other than the Morant Bay Rebellion.
Yes.
Because in the colonial days it couldn't happen.
Yes.
You know? Where the significance is that citizens of this country lost their fundamental rights and freedoms.
Yes.
The right of free speech was restricted. The right of assembly was restricted.
Yes.
The right to move about in Jamaica was restricted.
Yes.
And on top of all that, persons were taken into custody and detained at the military camp.
Yes.
On a warrant issued by
the Minister
of Government.
Yes. And, Mr. Phipps, may I remind you?
Yes.
Well, you should know that. I'm sure you're coming with it. You go ahead.
No. Most of these persons who were detained were members of the opposition political party.
Yes.
You know? And then to talk about, just in blank terms, state of emergency. Those who lived through it knew the state of terror that existed throughout the country.
But I wanted to remind you that warrants were issued by the minister to the police.
A blank
signed blank warrant.
And handed to the police. Lock up who you want.
And the police just fill in whomever they want to lock up.
A blank warrant was issued that a citizen of this country could be taken into custody.
Yes. And that evidence emerged at the inquiry.
Yeah. I saw one of the blank warrants, you know. I saw it personally.
Yes, I remember that.
You know, and then people talk about now reparation for slavery and apology.
Yes.
Has this country ever received an apology for that type of wickedness?
Yes.
That the people of this country suffered?
And remember why the state of emergency was put into place.
We should just not stop saying the state of emergency. Why people were deprived of their rights.
Of their rights.
You know?
And of their liberties, yes. The government, the government, well, D.K. Duncan came upon this man, Albert Robinson.
Oh, yes, notorious Albert Robinson.
Yes. A man with 16 previous convictions. Took him to see the Prime Minister at Jamaica House. And an arrangement was made where Albert Robinson would do spying for them.
Yes.
For the party and the government. And at one time, Albert Robinson said, shortly thereafter, Albert Robinson insisted that he wanted a gun.
Yeah.
Right? And that was a condition of his doing what they wanted him to do. And a meeting was held at Jamaica House under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister. And it included the Commissioner of Police, the head of the Army, and a number of high-ranking politicians. I think Mr. Patterson was there, right? And it was at that meeting that it was decided that the gun should be given to Albert Robinson, and that it should be purchased with money, with police funds. You remember that?
Taxpayers' money.
As
taxpayers' money.
Taxpayers' money. And then, shortly thereafter, Albert Robinson was sent on a mission to see Eddie Seaga at Turtle Towers, and he went with he was the deputy commissioner in charge of Special Branch.
Yes, Griffith, I think his name is.
Commissioner Griffith. His code name was Colombo. And let me say right away that man seems to me to have been a very decent man. Because it was he who said, he volunteered the information at the Commission of Inquiry that he had nothing to do and had no information about the intention to detain. No, this is the head of Special Branch speaking.
Yes.
He knew nothing about it until he heard it like everybody else on the radio.
So it wasn't a report from the security forces that required the state of emergency.
Precisely.
Cleared.
Yes.
You know.
And this is Special Branch speaking.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Mutty, I was there, you know. And the way it was administered when it was declared, we were all at a conference at Holiday Inn in Montego Bay.
Yes.
And you know what is done? They didn't come and say, well, I want A, B, C, and D. They come and took away A, and all of us are in consternation. What is happening? And they came back and took away B. And at that stage, they're saying, well, who's next?
Who's next?
I mean, this is terrorism.
Yes.
You know, and we went through that. Do you remember old Ferdy Yap was locked up?
Yes.
And eventually, what happened to him, eh?
Yes.
Colonel Charles. I gather that some people were promised compensation, but they haven't got the money.
Yes.
You know?
But you remember another man who was locked up.
Ray Miles?
Ray Miles.
Yes, because
Right?
he was a British
He
subject.
turned out to be a man with a British passport.
And therefore,
And
he
the
was
British-
no longer a threat to national security.
Immediately the British
Yes.
High Commissioner
Yes,
asked why had this man been locked up.
yes,
They couldn't produce a proper answer.
yes.
And so they let him go.
Yeah, nobody has apologized to the people of this country
Sorry.
yet, you know, for that.
And he
wicked-
thereupon immediately ceased to be a threat to national security.
Right, so, similarly, I'm sure I've heard you mention I was running an election then, I heard you mention my campaign manager, Karam Josephs.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
You know, I'd like some of your audience who would be in their early 40s, because when this state of emergency was declared and people were deprived of their rights, they probably would never appreciated it. They probably would be in their early 40s now, and they have the right to vote.
Yes.
To decide. If any political party can do that to the people of their country, let them justify it before you go and cast a vote for them.
Yes.
That is only fair.
I think so.
And a lot of
It
those
should have
who
been
are
done
making
long ago.
noise on the platform now were present at the time.
Yes.
You know? My campaign manager was detained the morning he drove out of his
Karam Josephs.
That was his name.
And he was
Drove
detained.
out of his house on election day to go and campaign for the party.
Yes.
For the candidate. And that taken into custody at Whittown Police
As a
Station.
threat to national security.
And 5:30 and half an hour after the polls were closed, he was released. He's no longer a threat. Now, any reasonable inference must be that he was prevented from doing what he was supposed to be doing to secure the return of his candidate.
Absolutely.
I mean, there can't be any other way. And you
Absolutely.
see, that type of thing and these promises that I hear going around now, people don't remember the promises of the what is it, our oil refinery in St. Elizabeth? Luana?
Ground was broken for that by Mr. Patterson in 1976.
And a cement factory somewhere in the hills of Hanover.
Yes.
You know, all that. And now they've outdone themselves, because they're even making a promise of a school where the ground isn't even broken yet.
Well, not only
and
that.
they have assigned
It's not just
children.
that they're making the promise of the school. So the children
Have been assigned.
have been assigned to that school.
Absolutely disgraceful.
Yes.
I gather that somebody has apologized for it. I didn't hear the apology. Did you?
No, I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either.
May I ask you to hold for a moment?
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now. Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender body wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a mid to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms, especially during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Thursday and Friday, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
The Jamaica Wood Products and Furniture Association presents a forum on new market opportunities for the Jamaican furniture industries at the Old Oakton House behind York Plaza Halfway Tree on Sunday, June 24 at 1 p.m. Don't miss out on this high-level discussion. Be there.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, sir. Hello?
Yes.
You were talking about Karam Josephs.
Yes, I'd finished that. They released him half an hour after they...
But he was lucky. He got off lightly.
Yes.
Colonel Charles was locked up for several months.
Yes.
About what? 9 to 11 months? Somebody?
Quite a few of them. And
yes.
some people who had nothing to do with violence or anything like that.
And Colonel Charles's problem, and the problem of the others who, like him, were locked up for long periods, was that unlike Mr. Ray Miles, they had Jamaican rather than British passports.
Yes, quite so.
Right?
Quite so.
And,
but we went on to discuss the question of the promises that were made.
Yes.
And we're talking about the promise assigning children to a school that has not been built.
Yeah.
I mean, has anybody resigned over that?
Well, I don't think so.
What kind of scandal is this? What is this you're practicing on the people of this country when you talk about education is necessary? Huh?
But before
the pass marks I heard you talking about.
Yes.
About the 44% unemployed, and what percentage are between 1 and 2 subjects. Right? Or you're going to prove that if you assign children to a school that doesn't exist.
But if you don't provide your children with opportunities, sir, what are you going to do? Blame them for their lack of education?
And you talk about the country going in the wrong direction.
Yes.
But the government is doing
But
a
the
good
government
job.
is...
Well, the good job is to take us in the wrong direction, obviously. Obviously.
Yes, indeed.
I mean...
But to come back to the question of the state of emergency,
yes.
Mr. Phipps, and Colonel Charles, do you remember one of the things that happened while he was locked up was that his wife, who was living in, I think it was New York at the time, was involved in a motor car accident.
Yes.
And she got seriously injured and was in hospital for some time.
And they wouldn't
And
release
he
him to
begged
visit.
for an opportunity to go,
Yes.
even if under police guard, to
And
see
that
her
was
in
denied.
hospital. And they refused him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you talk about human rights in this day and age.
And the reason for the state of emergency being declared, first of all, it was said to be the problem of crime.
Yes.
And the murder of that ambassador, what was his name? What?
I think he was from Argentina, I'm not too
Yes,
sure.
one of those countries. That was on the Saturday the 19th. That was the explanation. But ultimately, when Mr. Manley gave evidence to the Smith Commission, he gave another explanation.
Yes.
That this gun that had been given to Albert Robinson had taken it, gone to see Mr. Seaga, and had showed him the gun, and told him that D.K. Duncan had given it to him, and it was an illegal gun.
Yes, it turned it the other way.
Mr. Seaga is supposed to have noted down the serial number. And he had invited Captain, what was his name? Army officer.
Yes.
To be present incognito at this meeting with Albert Robinson.
Yes.
And the officer then went back and telephoned the commanding officer and told him what had happened. And he got in touch with Jamaica House.
Yeah.
Right? And there was a crisis meeting, and it was decided to take Albert Robinson into custody with his wife, his child,
yes,
and his domestic helper.
Protective custody.
Protective custody.
Yes.
In a house at
I know. Back
at camp.
Spring there.
Yes.
Yeah.
At camp. No, right in camp.
Wasn't he in a house to buy? What's the name of that place? Right.
That was
Waterworks?
later. That was after he left camp. They gave him a house up at Waterworks. Right? But initially he was in camp. And then now, when the Jamaica Labour Party advertised this meeting that they were having at this hotel in Montego Bay, the name of it, Holiday Inn?
Holiday Inn, yes.
Holiday Inn.
Yes.
And they asked journalists, specially invited journalists, to be present at the meeting. Mr. Manley said that they thought that the Labour Party was going to be disclosing this thing about the gun with Albert Robinson. And given him by D.K. Duncan.
Which wouldn't look good for them.
No.
Yeah.
And in fact, although it was not true that D.K. Duncan, the then General Secretary, had given him the gun illegally, the truth would have been even more damaging to the party and the government.
Yes, yes.
Right? That it was the government, the Prime Minister, that had called a meeting, which meeting had decided to give this gun at public expense to this man with 16
And
previous
you remember he
convictions.
never gave evidence before the Commission of Inquiry.
Who? Albert Robinson?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
He kept promising and he wanted to extract some...
No, he did give evidence.
He gave evidence eventually?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
He did give
But
evidence.
a lighter side to this, Mutty.
Uh-huh.
I had a case once, a motor vehicle manslaughter case, and the principal witness against my client, right?
Uh-huh.
You wouldn't guess his name was Albert Robinson.
Oh.
So I just asked him, I just said to him, Albert Robinson, is that your real name?
Uh-huh.
And the whole courthouse erupted. I never had to ask another question. Because Nobody would believe anything anybody with a name like
out of
that.
the mouth of Albert Robinson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, and I just wanted some of your people to know the terror that was unleashed in this country.
Yes.
You know, particularly young people who would not have appreciated it at the time.
And the dishonesty of the whole thing.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. All right, Mutty.
And, Mr. Pickersgill has given us an explanation, you know.
Yeah, what is his
We always think
Oh.
that it is best for the country for us to form the administration.
Well, you know, it's best for the country, and you had Green Bay too.
Yes.
You know, you had a lot of denials of human rights.
Yes.
Piled up on each other, you know?
Absolutely.
And we don't know. And in the middle of all this, we're borrowing money.
Uh-huh.
We're selling off what we have.
Yes.
And we are in a worse position.
Absolutely.
You know, when people borrow money, it's to deal with a given situation and then move up.
You see, the Prime Minister is now promising, sir,
What?
that if she, after the election, if she forms the government, that they're going to put water, the provision of water, to make it a priority of the government.
Just now, eh?
When she became Prime Minister, she was going to make human rights a priority.
Yes.
And the elimination of corruption.
Yes.
Now it is the provision of water. After 18 years in office, they're going to make the
Well, in
provision of
Jamaica,
water.
apparently promises win elections, you know.
Well, apparently.
Okay, Murphy.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yeah, I wanted us to call you from yesterday to talk to you about a problem that I see going on all over the island, Mr. Perkins. With the children on the street. I mean, I was in Crossroad the other day, and I saw some little boys. The big buses, Mr. Perkins, those little boys was hopping on the back of the big buses. And I mean, they don't even have place to hold on the bus. And they was on the bus, and the police, everybody was there, nobody paying the children any mind.
Oh, God.
Mr. Perkins, this is happening all over Jamaica.
Oh, yes?
It is happening what where the children sitting at the KFC, the Burger King, and begging, especially in the evening hours. You can see a lot of little boys on the street. Some of them is throwing stone at the madmans, the street people, and some of them just begging. And I mean, the government, what Mr. Perkins, I would like to ask what the government doing about these things. Because they're supposed to...
Ask the PNP, sir.
Sir?
Ask the PNP. And if they can't tell you, ask Sister P.
I mean, they're going around campaigning now, Mr. Perkins, and nobody talking about the children on the street.
Yes.
Nobody is talking about, I mean, some of them hungry. You can see they're really hungry because the type of clothes they have on, Mr. Perkins, very dirty. So you can see, for days they don't go home or something. I mean, the parents have to be blamed for certain of it. But you know, Mr. Perkins, some of the parents, they don't have anything to live off of, Mr. Perkins. And they're not working. And I mean, sometimes they have to go out there. They don't have the money to pay another person to take care of children. They have to be out there trying to seek a bed for themselves. And the children is left unattended to. I mean, this country is going down, Mr. Perkins. And, you know,
well, let me tell you something,
so
sir. The cost of all of that to this country, right? It is going to be very difficult right now to estimate that in terms of cash.
I go all over the
that
island.
is costing Jamaica billions of dollars, right?
Yes, sir.
And if we could take a fraction of that money and provide some opportunity for those young people, right?
Yes.
We'd be one hell of a lot better off.
I mean, Mr. Perkins, the people that run after the campaign trail. Every day I see a lot of people at the mass meeting and those things. And what are they doing about the children? I mean, Mr. Perkins, I get 4 children of my own. And every day, if I pass my yard, I live by the roadside, and you can see other people, children at my home. Because I love children with a passion. I just love to take care of children. And, you know, we have a government right now, Mr. Perkins, that don't seem to care about. They're talking about they care about children. They're talking about they care about poor people. But if they don't care about the future,
well,
the children.
It's not talk that matters, you know, sir. It's action.
But the people seem to...
Hold on a moment.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock. This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
Spread out, leader, eh? Leader, I the leader in flavor, and no leader margarine a great taste to savor. Cooking, baking, grate and bread. Leader margarine so easy to spread.
That tastes good, you see?
Maximum leaders.
Do you need financial help to achieve your short or long-term goals? At the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, they'll help you achieve them through their Solid Saver account, Partner Plus, Future Club account, Golden Harvest, and fixed deposit accounts. Go in and choose any of their saving plans to meet your goals today. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, where service exceeds expectations. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I know the real problem too. 90% or 95% of those children they see on the street, they are boys. And I mean, those are the children 10 years from now that are going to come up in the country and make the country a more violent country.
Yes.
And I mean,
and they're going to be called slobs. And
oh my God.
What's the other name?
Mr. Perkins, I was looking at it this morning. That brings me to the next point, Mr. Perkins. I was looking at the Gleaner this morning with the headline. And it pained me out, Mr. Perkins, to see that even the media, I don't know what happened to the media in this country, Mr. Perkins. Because if the media can put a headline about our future, because I call 18 to 24 still our future, because they are younger than me.
Yes.
You know, and if they can use a headline like that in the Gleaner to call our young people slobs and those things, they can see the state that the country is into.
Yes.
I mean, the media must go ahead of politics right now, right? And step up to the plate and do what they're supposed to do, and not step on the side and try to push down our young people because they are not voting.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, the media must go ahead of politics right now, right? And step up to the plate and do what they're supposed to do, and not step on the side and try to push down our young people because they are not voting. Maybe that it is. Because they are not going to vote. Mr. Perkins, we're in a very bad state. And
we are in a very bad state, sir. And what this tells you is about our thinking, how we think. Yes. Right?
Yes.
That is what we think of these young people.
Mr. Perkins,
right? Who as a country, we older ones, the older generation,
yes, sir,
has played its role in destroying. Right?
The young people.
Yes. And then we turn down and call them slum.
Slum and all kind of something. And are we supposed to take care of the young
yes.
people then? You know, I'm a young man also, Mr. Perkins. I just reached 30, just go over 30 the other day in June, this month.
Uh-huh.
So I'm also a young man, but the 18 to 24 is younger than me.
Yes.
And we have to show them the way. Instead of pushing down the young people, we have to show them the way, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, the other point, the Prime Minister was in the constituency the other night, and they were talking about water. In St. Ann, I am born in St. Ann, and I have been living in St. Ann from I was born, Mr. Perkins. I live in Southeast with my aunt when I was a child. I was born in Northeast St. Ann, and I'm living now in Northwest St. Ann. And Mr. Perkins, you have a big problem with water. And over the last 18 years, I've been living in Northwest St. Ann. And nobody cared about water. At 13 years, he was the MP for Northwest St. Ann. Mr. Whiteman was the MP before him.
Yes.
And 13 years, he was the MP for Northwest St. Ann. Mr. Whiteman was the MP before him.
Yes.
And nobody talk about water. Nobody. They have the constituency over 17 and 18 years, and nobody talk about water. And every election, they come up and they talk about giving water. And as soon as the election is over, Mr. Perkins, nobody ever go to the office and talk about water, they might push you outside. And I wonder what the people are thinking now.
Yes.
Because we have been represented by these people for years, and nobody care about us. Mr. Perkins, believe me, I carry water on my head, and I carry water in my two hands on a daily basis. It's strain my muscle. I have to go to the doctor and pay thousands of dollars. The doctor has stopped me from carrying water right now, and I don't have any water in my pipe. So you know what I have to do? I have to still be carrying the water with the strain muscle.
Yeah.
Because my family have to be taken care of.
Oh, God.
And I'm the head of the house.
Yes.
So you see the problem that we have, you know, we have a great problem in this country unless the people step up to the plate.
Well, I see the Prime Minister is now saying that that after the election, if she wins the election, she's going to be making the provision of water a priority of the government.
That should be, from a long time.
Eh?
They're not going to fool me again, Mr. Perkins. They used to fool me. But they're not going to fool me again. Understand? Because me see what happened over the years, Mr. Perkins. Another thing is bad road.
Yes.
The road that leads from Bamboo to St. Anne's, Mr. Perkins, is in a mess right now. Well, mess. The taxi drivers can tell you that the road from Bamboo to St. Anne's is in a mess. And nobody care about us. Nobody care about us. But when election time come, everybody coming around making promise and all kind of shit. They're not going to fool me again, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, somebody else want to call, so all
right. Thank you very much. Nice hearing from you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hi, Willie.
Hi. Hi, how are you?
I'm not bad.
I haven't heard from you for a long time.
I've been listening.
Yes?
You know, sometimes it's better to listen than to talk.
Oh, is that so?
You wouldn't think I would be doing that.
No, I would not have thought that.
Now, on the subject of Lisa Hanna, what is your thought?
Oh, I heard her last night being interviewed on Drive Time Live.
What she say?
She sounded very good.
Very good?
Yes, I thought so.
Did you know Lisa?
I don't know that, you know, what, I don't know what she brings to the she sounded like an intelligent woman, you know.
I think she is an intelligent woman.
Yes, Highly intelligent.
Well, let me tell you something. Lisa Hanna is a cousin of ours.
Is that so?
Yes.
Oh.
Her father and my father were cousins.
Is that so?
Renee.
Uh-huh.
And now she comes down to be a cousin of Mr. Siaga and myself.
Uh-huh.
Distant cousin, right?
Uh-huh.
I heard it had been said that she wasn't very pleased at the way Mr. Siaga was treated.
Is that so?
Well, of course, blood is thicker than water.
Uh-huh.
But I know she has the abilities, and if she comes from Siaga, then...
So that is why she has gone to the People's National Party? Is that what you're saying?
She joins whichever party she thinks she wants.
I know.
Well, no. She didn't
I know, but I'm just wondering. Now, are you suggesting that her reason for going to the People's National Party is that she's displeased with the way in which Mr. Siaga was...
I think so. And then I think that she was disappointed, is the word, in the way he was treated.
Uh-huh.
She didn't think she was working hard in the G2K with her husband, etc.
Uh-huh.
He enlisted those young people, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, if you get and kick him out, right? You don't think all young people are going to be happy, but those are followers. They are followers, and they are those who think for themselves.
Yes.
When I was in Arakabeso, I wasn't well, as you know. I could have beat Harris at night lying down in my bed and asked Bobby Montague.
Uh-huh.
He came to me himself and said, Miss D, please run. I said, down the trench. He said, please run, you can beat her just lying here. But my brother listened to the people around him who said I was a loose cannon.
Oh, the people said the people around him.
Yeah, the ones that were in his committee.
The people around your brother.
Yeah.
Told him that you were a loose cannon.
Right.
Oh, he didn't know that before.
Well, he always knew I was a person of my own thoughts.
He knew that you were a loose cannon.
No, he never called me a loose cannon.
No, never called you that.
But people in his Monday night meetings said, no, relationship should be together. And also, she is a loose cannon. Right?
These were bright people.
Why, you don't think if I ran today and put my mind to it, I could win?
Huh?
You don't think if I ran today and put my mind to it, I could win?
You think you could?
I think I could.
So why don't you inform Sister P?
No, because once they did what they did to my brother, politics is a dirty game.
Oh, yeah?
I don't want no part of it. I know Portia is going to win, right? So I don't have to fret.
Uh-huh.
Because I know she is going to win.
Who is going to win? Lisa?
Portia, and Lisa.
Uh-huh.
Right? Both of them.
Uh-huh.
Right?
They're going to win.
They're going to win hands down.
Oh, is that so?
Right? Because people's minds are, you hear them, you only hear the ones who are saying no. You don't hear the ones who are saying yes.
Uh-huh.
But let me tell you one thing.
No, let me ask you, tell me that first.
They are very determined women.
Uh-huh.
Right? I am a determined woman myself.
Yes.
This country needs women.
It needs women?
Yes.
It doesn't need men.
Tell me, when you look at that House of Parliament.
May I ask you?
Yeah?
This country does not need men.
Not especially.
Eh?
It needs a mixture, but not all men.
Not all men.
They haven't proved successfully all the years from I was a little girl.
Yes, but I tell you something, Mom. Humanity is composed of men and women.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both essential to the survival and success of the human species. Am I right?
That's right.
Uh-huh.
That's
so
right.
you can't really exclude one.
No, but that's what's happening. That's what has been happening. We have been excluded.
Eh?
Who runs the inner cities? The mothers or the fathers, if you can find them?
Well, I don't know. I mean, women have not...
Don't say that, Willie.
Eh?
You know it is the women who run. I saw the cartoon, Happy Father's Day.
Yes. Hold on just a moment for me.
On Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
Call the doctor, quick! Someone call the doctor!
Mommy, not do you. Only the windshield broke.
Say no damn me, I say. Call the doctor, Dr. Glass!
Call Dr. Glass for all your auto glass needs. Windshields, rear, door, vent, quarter glass for all make vehicles. 237 Marcus Garvey Drive at 3 miles. And now in Catherine Hall, Montego Bay. Call 971-7853.
Thank God for Dr. Glass.
Call now, 1-888-Dr. Glass.
Hello?
I can't speak to Simone.
Sorry, you've got the wrong number. Hello?
Anyone named Simone there?
No. Hello?
Yeah, if me give you Simone full name, you can look up the number?
No. Try 114.
That's our number?
Get caller ID on your home phone and get rid of annoying and unwanted calls. For this and other great home phone features, call 1-888-CALL-CWJ. Conditions apply. Home phone, the cheapest way to call.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Do you respect the advice of your wife?
Can I respect?
Do you respect the advice of your wife?
I have no option, Mom.
There you go.
What?
There you go.
Yes.
You have no option.
I have
is
no
right.
option.
Right? All these women downtown that are at the market and higgling and having their taxes to support their children, right? Who is running the inner city area? If my daughter, Rebecca Tortella, ran in Denham Town, she'd win it tomorrow hands down.
Is that so?
Because she always took care of it, but she wouldn't be allowed to. People are getting things put into their hands, these men, because they expect it to be there, right? Not because they're doing anything for betterment. Here is a woman who wants to make this country better.
Who is that?
Lisa Hanna will be a great help to her. Asamba was a great help.
Who is the woman who wants to make this country better? Who is the woman who wants to make this country better?
Make the what?
You said here is a woman who wants to make this country better. Who is that woman?
Take a guess. Take a guess.
I don't know.
Coming from me. Take a guess.
Faith Otello?
Oh, I'd love to see this country better. Right? But you know it.
So you're talking about yourself?
I'm talking about Portia Simpson.
You think she wants to make this country better?
By all means.
Oh,
But
yes?
I don't have too
Now,
much.
she has had more than a year in which to start the process.
Her hands are tied.
Eh?
Her hands are tied.
Tied by whom?
Tied by what's around her. Tied by the tools she has to work with.
Let me ask you something. When she became Prime Minister, the first promise that she made to the Jamaican people, first commitment, was to do something to correct the problem of human rights abuse in Jamaica.
And when you are
You remember
not,
that?
And when you are not able.
Hold on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Have you got any idea of anything that she has done in all the time that she has been Prime Minister?
She has tried.
Like what?
She has tried the best way.
Like what?
Well, look, they did the roads, right? Now she says she's going
No,
to...
no. We're talking about the issue of human rights abuse.
Why are you going to that issue?
What do you mean? But she made that commitment.
How much more commitment?
That was her first to the Jamaican people,
Yes.
she said.
That she was going to make you better for human rights.
She's
She will get
she's
her
going
chance.
she's going to do something to put an end to the abuse of human rights in this country.
She will get her chance.
How do you mean
get her
will get her chance? She has had her chance. She has been there for more than a year.
No. You have to have a following that agrees with everything you say to make things come true.
Then where is she going to get that following from?
When she becomes Prime Minister.
But she is Prime Minister.
When she becomes Prime Minister with the ruling of the government in her hand. She is not that right now.
No, but I don't understand you. She is Prime Minister. She does command a majority in the Parliament. You think that if she were to go to that Parliament and make a law or take a bill, to protect the rights of the citizens of this country, you think that with an election coming up, you think the Parliament would turn her down?
Why do you think the rights aren't protected?
No. The very opposition would vote in support of it. I'm sure.
No. The opposition is just whatever she said. I say yes, they'll do it.
Uh-huh.
This morning I saw Bruce is saying that he will support.
But there are laws in force right now, right? By which the rights of citizens could be protected.
What? Why didn't you ask Jamaica for justice to do it?
Or made us
How
Jamaicans.
far have they got in all the years that they have been in?
But no, because there was not a Prime Minister, there was not a government that supported their concerns about human rights.
They are a committee unto
Or
themselves.
shared their concerns.
They are a committee unto themselves, speaking for the people.
Yes, ma'am, but the question I'm asking you, Sister P has been Prime Minister for more than a year. She said when becoming Prime Minister that her first commitment to the Jamaican people was to
She
do
has
something.
become Prime Minister,
What has she done?
She has not become the full Prime Minister.
Don't talk rubbish, ma'am.
And she would...
Don't talk nonsense. She is Prime Minister like any other Prime Minister.
You see
Right?
what they say about the press?
What?
The press fellas are doing their best to report stories, but the higher-ups are cutting out what they don't want.
Or is that so?
That's how we get that foolish releases that we get, and she's right to expose
What
them.
foolish releases?
Half and half. Edited. Taken out. Not saying what she really said. They're
No.
doing-
That was a speech that she made at Jamaica House.
She has since said that it is not the pressmen or women who are doing that. They give the full report. But when it goes in, they edit out what they don't want. What happened to the stone poles?
Which stone pole? What happened to them?
Don't it said Sunday they were dumped?
Yes, all right. So what?
So why weren't they printed?
Well, the observer has given a reason, and Gorstew has given a reason. They said that the polls were exposed, were leaked.
So
The results were leaked.
So they were going to be known anyway, so who cares if they're leaked or not?
No. When the observer or ghost you pays to have a poll done, they don't expect the information coming out of that poll to be given to other people before they have the opportunity of publishing it.
But if those few people know it, right?
I wouldn't publish it either.
Give it to another few. But the whole nation doesn't know it. We want to know what the poll said.
Uh-huh.
Why have they dumped it?
But it was dumped, they said, because of the exposure that was given to it.
Well,
and I know that this is true because I heard people calling in on, well, at least one man, calling in on that same program, Drive Time Live, asking about the failure to publish the polls and saying what the poll said about the PNP being ahead.
And that's why it wasn't published.
What?
And that's why it was
That is
not
why they
published.
said they did not publish it.
That's why they didn't publish it.
Uh-huh.
No. There's more to it than that.
What else do you think there is to it than that?
If it was the JLP ahead, it would have been published.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, but because it was the PNP ahead, it was
It was not published. So why did they publish the Don Anderson poll?
Well, because they said they're going to now start taking John Anderson.
But that poll also had the PNP ahead.
Will it time coming soon, you know?
Huh?
Time coming soon.
Yes, I know it is coming.
When you go and see.
But I wonder why they waited so long about going to the election.
Because they don't release all the dirty things they know about the opposition.
Uh-huh.
They've given the opposition enough time to release all the things they can release against them.
I am not sure that is so.
I am positive.
Uh-huh.
I am positive because I know of things that they should have come out with long ago.
Mm-hmm.
But they're decent enough not to come out with it.
So who is that? You mean the opposition?
Eh?
You mean the opposition?
No, the PNP.
Oh.
You know my greatest regret?
Eh?
That Andrew Holness is not in the PNP.
Andrew Holness
Mm-hmm.
is not in the PNP?
Mm-hmm. Because when you look at those faces in Parliament, there are very few that really mean to do this.
Oh, you regret that Andrew Holness is not in the PNP?
I do.
Oh?
I do.
Uh-huh.
Because he's an honest, good young man, and
Uh-huh.
one day he will be a leader.
Uh-huh.
Right?
But maybe that is why he's not in the PNP?
No, maybe that is why the JLP won't let him go, but then there's so many his age who want to get ahead of him.
Does he want to go into the PNP?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't hear it.
No, you mean that's why the JLP won't let him go?
Because that's one of their only pluses they have.
Oh, yes?
Have you seen Bruce's new cars?
Uh-huh.
Have you?
His new car?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it.
The other day I was driving along my road to come to my house, and I saw these two big things coming like tanks with blue lights flashing above. Boo-doo, 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 boo-doo. And when I passed by, I got up on the bank side. I thought it was the police.
Uh-huh.
And my helper was with me. I said, Misty, who that is? I said, who? Bruce.
They had blue lights flashing?
Flashing on top of the top.
No, I don't believe that.
Don't tell me you don't believe it.
If they had blue lights flashing, then it is highly improbable that it could have been Mr. Golding's car.
What if
hold on. That would be illegal.
What?
It would be illegal.
That's what I say.
Uh-huh.
But that doesn't matter much any day.
No.
Anyway.
You mean, you think he's like Sister P? You think he would be flying around in an army helicopter if he could?
Mr. Patterson went in a helicopter.
What?
Mr. Patterson went in a helicopter.
To party meetings?
He might use a helicopter with a blue light on top.
To party meetings?
Which party meeting? You mean the meetings in the country?
Yes.
But of course, Patterson used it to go out there all the time.
I don't know about that. But
Will
if you
said
tell me
one
so...
time he landed in a field. You are getting senile, you're forgetting.
And you think it is right that politicians should use public resources to go around to their party meetings? Especially when, I suppose what they want to avoid is the bad roads that they have been instrumental in imposing upon the country.
No, it's time is of the element where they could be working in Jamaica House and then go to their meeting. They spend hours on the road getting there. You know?
No. They have no...
word about Portia.
If they should be working in Jamaica House, they should be working in Jamaica House. When they finish doing their work in Jamaica House, they go out to campaign for the party.
What do you think of Mrs. Asamba? Did she do a good job?
I don't know, Mama. I have no idea. Anyway, thank you very much. I have to go.
Researchers at the University of California, Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:31.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a mid to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms, especially during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Thursday and Friday, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Tetley Tea Company Jamaica, now introducing Tetley Premium Tea, made by blending the finest teas available to give you that smooth, rich flavor. Only Tetley Tea has Tetley Regular, the best-selling tea in Jamaica, now joined by Tetley Premium. Look for the word premium on the blue box in sizes 20s, 40s, and 80s. Available at your favorite supermarkets island-wide. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back on land. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning, I beg your pardon.
I love Mr. Saga to death.
You
But
love...
Yes, I do. I've always said it. He should have married to me.
He could have...
But Mr. Perkins, every time I hear Mr. Saga's sister, I can just imagine why Mr. Saga could not win an election from 89.
Why?
Because this is the type of people in the party. That is why Bruce had to come out, because all the while I was thinking that he was at fault. But now I can see, Mr. Perkins, this one is bitter. You're talking about the state of emergency. I remember when she was also roughed up in it, our house search and all sorts of things. And
no, I don't think it was this. I think it was the other sister.
Well, anyway, one of the sisters of Mr. Seago.
Yes, up in
And I
Mandeville.
don't see anybody from the PNP running to say we didn't like what was done to the people of this country with the state of emergency and using that as an excuse to come over to the JLP. So when she's saying that she is Lisa Hanna is going over because what they have done to her brother, it is somebody like she that has caused it. Somebody like she, it is coming out more and more and more.
I don't know that she had any real direct influence on
Well,
it.
if she is on the radio every day going down like that, you can imagine.
Oh, she's expressing an opinion. She's expressing an opinion.
Yes.
And she is sympathetic towards her brother. I mean, she would have liked to seen him, still in command of the Labour Party, still sort of looking to sit in the Prime Minister's chair, but...
Yes, sir, but that bitterness coming from her all this time, it's really showing up, because I am sure she was very much affiliated with the party when her brother was
Well,
there.
she was supportive of it. And
Yes,
supportive of
it's
her
her
brother.
brother, and you
People are like that, Mom. People have their different reasons for thinking the things they do think.
And now because our brother is not there, she's seen that everything is wrong with everybody else. It is amazing.
Eh?
It is amazing.
Well,
because
I don't know that
you
it
can
is
see
amazing. I
exactly
mean,
why the JLP could
a lot of
have
people
fought
react in
all
that
the
way
while
to all
they were
sorts of
having
things.
this bickering and all that, and sending a message to the people of the country so
All right,
they
Mom.
could not be elected.
Yes, you may
And now
disagree. You may
she's
disagree
going-
with her, but
but
concede
she's
her
going
right
over
to
the
think what she
PNP with
thinks.
that same sort of thing. It seems like, and it is turning off people.
Yes, all right.
She even bringing up about Andrew Holness. He has not come out to say that he's going over to the PNP.
No,
if
I
he
haven't
wants
heard that.
to, he's free. Everybody is free.
And
but
she
she's
didn't
coming
say
up
that.
and implying something like that. She's
All
very
right, Mom.
disgusting.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good morning.
Good
to you.
morning, afternoon. How are you doing?
Morning
sir?
it is.
Good. You're a caller from the U.S.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
How are things there?
Your program has been very interesting this morning.
You think so?
It's always an interesting program, but I listened to some of your previous callers. Mr. Perkins, when the Prime Minister was elected, her first thing, as you said, was human rights she was going to deal with. And when, after being in power almost a year, nothing was done.
More than a year.
And more than a year.
More
And
than a
Mr.
year.
Perkins, did you know Dr. Jeff DeFord is one of our best friends? And look what happened to him, and
Yes,
he has
indeed.
done nothing about it.
Yes.
I really amazed at that. I know she called him in the hospital once, and she said she's waiting to see what's gonna happen. I mean, how can you wait to see what's gonna happen in a situation like that? Up to today, the policemen have not filed a report on their statement. That's very interesting.
Is that really
But,
true?
It is, because I've been doing a follow-up with the case, and I can tell you that all what I'm saying.
Well, it is, I suppose they will say, so that the matter is in the courts.
Yes.
But the fact
Well,
is...
Mr. Perkins, yes.
Yeah.
I'm listening to you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that the fact is that there is a need to have an effective unit to investigate matters of the kind where the police are accused of human rights abuses. These investigations can't be left to the police.
Yes.
Right?
There needs to be an individual. It needs to be a separate.
Yes, and there is no effective. From time to time, they have set up units.
Yes.
But these units are not effective, and they're manned by policemen, as I understand it. Eh?
Yes, and the same policemen's friends
Yes,
and
absolutely.
good friends are investigating
Yes.
it. There is no way the investigation is going to get anywhere until you really find a mutual person who has nothing to do with the police force, are not in favor of the individual.
I suspect, sir, that there have been more abuses of human rights since
The Prime Minister
Mrs. Simpson Miller became Prime Minister.
I would say that. And knowing that Dr. Jeffter Ford is one of our best friends, and she has done nothing that, so that's kind of strange.
Well, I don't know that we should be expecting her to do things because her friends are involved. But she did promise that she was going to do something about the abuses of human rights.
Yes.
And that is something in which all Jamaicans would have an interest.
Yes, because it's really
possibly the abuses of
interesting
human
to see
rights.
something get done at this point, because I don't know how further it's going to go. Well, Mr. Perkins, I have one more topic I want to quick touch base with you. Mr. Perkins, when you go through the government to import a car, like I want to bring down a vehicle, I come back every 3 months. So far for this year, I've been down here 3 times already.
Oh, is that so?
And yes, and my interest is I would like to be there again for my birthday, which is shortly, in less than 2 months. What I cannot understand, sir, is that the car got to be 2 years or no older.
Yes.
And the percentage rate they want you to pay to bring it down is so ridiculous. And apart from that, the question I have is somebody in authority could call you from the custom. Those car dealers, they have cars up to 10 years old and they're locked. That's coming down daily.
Cars up to 10 years old are being imported?
Yes, because I went to a car lot 2 weekends ago. I was
these
there.
are the second-hand cars, yes.
Yes, yes.
So why can't you bring it?
Why can't I bring it in even, say, 5 years old?
Yes.
And they have cars 10 years old, sir.
Oh.
Used cars coming from Japan, not even up to the standard of safety. Because their qualities in them are not really up to standard.
Yes.
You know, it's like a deportee cars, you know. And when I look at the speed of the wiper, the different the speed you can put it at,
yes,
and all of that. And cars we have in the U.S. here are really, I'm not trying to brag, but it's up to a higher standard as it doesn't, if not, it doesn't enter the U.S.
Yes.
And we have to bring a car 2 years old, sir. That's like a new car. That means you're actually telling us, listen, leave your car there and come and buy a piece of junk. Does that make any sense to you, sir?
No, it doesn't.
I mean, I go on the lot and I look, and the guy said, oh, this car is 9 years old. And I said, 9 years old? And he said, yeah, it got 190 miles, was all highway. And being myself as I automotive technology engineer, I did a year in that in school. I laugh at him because I said, when those pistons and rings are worn, they're just worn, and it doesn't mean that they might not burn a lot of oil like an older vehicle. But I just cannot understand. I wish somebody in the custom or somebody in authority would call your program and as I'll be listening on the internet for the rest of the day and address this. Because to me, I don't know if I'm retard or it doesn't have any sense what I'm trying to say. Does that make any sense to you, Mr. Perkins?
It does make sense to me, sir. And I wonder why there's this discrimination.
It's a discrimination. Because you're telling me the car got to be not from the time it came on the road, but it's from the time of manufacture. So say the car was manufactured June of 2007. The car could have been sold December of 2007.
Or January?
So that means, Mr. Perkins, look into this. That means the time that the car was sitting, it still wasn't used.
That's quite true.
It's just been sitting on the lot.
That's
then
quite
you're
true.
telling me it's got to be manufactured
Yes.
date.
Hold on just a moment.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and also opened on Sundays and public holidays.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a mid to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms, especially during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Thursday and Friday, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
Carby's Twin Gates Plaza Hot Super Weekend Sale now on. 15% off every item. Don't miss this great chance to save. Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. Call 968-4192. Carby's, put the fun back in shopping.
Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I am wondering if you could get a hold of someone in the authorities that has the power to say, why is this happening? Why is there a 2-year
yes, well, there's a document on the internet which we just took off. It says nothing about age.
It does, sir. I have called up the custom.
I see. All right. Well, okay. Well, we'll look into it for you. All right.
But please, I would appreciate you looking into it, sir, because it would be very interesting to know.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All the best. Hello?
Willie,
Hi.
how you come and tell the woman say that it's not me, it's my sister? The PNP raided my home 4 times with the Home Guards, and they watched me pack my van and send overseas, and I went to live overseas. I couldn't even come home for my father's death. Do you understand?
Oh?
I got the most punishment of anybody.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean? Because my husband worked for a foreign company. They fired him. They made the company fire him. Then they'd come to my house with these guns, rip up the carpet, rip up everywhere looking for dollars. And they said that the people of
Looking for
Barbican,
dollars?
and ammunition. The people in Barbican told them that I was storing ammunition for the JLP. I said, I don't even know how to fire a gun. But that didn't stop. So we got our trailer, because I had a 3-year-old baby and I was out working, and packed it and left. I never saw a mountain for about 7 years. I sit on the wind and cry in Miami. My father died. Right? So don't bother tell the woman say that and as for her chatting rubbish is what
But
she
your
said.
sister also had some problems.
What?
I remember your sister having some problems with
Because
the
you
police.
don't think of me.
Well, I didn't remember that you had problems.
I didn't only have problems. My whole life was ripped apart. I was sent overseas. I had to leave the islands for fear of these men coming to my house every week with these long guns, ripping it up with my little 3-year-old baby. They were only a little helper in the house. Right? I went through enough punishment. Don't talk to me about that's why Bruce Golden had to leave the party. What the hell do I care why he left the party? That's his business. Oh, don't you? You see, you're forgetting things.
Yeah. You think it was Bruce who declared the state of emergency?
Will you please stop mentioning Bruce's name to me?
Well, you mentioned it to me.
You soon don't hear it no more at all, and
I
then
see.
you'll forget it. I think you have nightmares about Bruce.
All right, Mom.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Water is life.
Water is life.
According to Water Commission.
Eh?
Hello?
Yes?
Water is life.
Uh-huh.
According to Water Commission.
Yes.
But the people of Lower Augusttown, it is not life to them because we can't get no water.
Oh, is that so?
I want,
How long have you been without it?
about 2 weeks now.
Uh-huh.
Because I have a tank at my house, and not me alone, neighbors around, and all the water in the tank is finished.
Uh-huh.
And the tank set up that if wise water come, it would go in the tank.
Yes.
You see what I mean? And I mean, this happened last year, and it happened the year before last.
Uh-huh.
I wonder how nearsighted these people is, that they don't know what we are just turn on water. Me a whole man now, you know, sir. Me can't carry water. Last year when me come here, fi call up and down to get little water.
Uh-huh.
And the same thing happened today. Right now, I don't have a drop of water in my house.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is foolishness. We have to go check the Office of Utilities.
Oh, you are?
Yes,
Regulation.
but you are, you go find out what, because
Well, I don't know that the OUR can do very much about that.
bad. If nobody don't have any water, me don't know where they get water from. You see what I mean?
Uh-huh. So no trucks are coming around supplying the water?
Nobody, no truck. All right, them no send no truck. Imagine, you know, that we have to buy water sometimes. And when we buy water, we still pay water commission for water. That's foolishness. We
Well,
have
this
tanks.
is in Augustown, sir?
The rapid response and give
Hold on, this is in Augustown. This is in Augustown, you say?
Eh?
This is in Augustown?
Yes, Augustown.
So where are people getting some water from?
I don't know, but I know we don't have any water.
Oh,
and
boy.
I mean, not me alone. The whole people on the stretch here don't have no water.
Uh-huh.
Because, and that was from sometime last week, because the tank finished and there's none. If little even come, me live a little up from the road. Me no mean far. And it can't reach a low pipe that I have here. You must imagine. and that is about 6 feet from the fence. You understand me? Yeah. I mean, we can't take it because right now me now no water. Me can't carry water me front me whole and my wife whole. I mean, we paying water rate.
And the two you live alone?
The two we live. And we can't hear what happened. You see, me really have to find out what happened.
Boy.
And me that like you, if you could really call Water Commission and find out what
We'll
happened.
try and get in touch with the Water Commission people.
Eh? Hello?
But I see the Prime Minister saying that, her government is going to make water a priority issue.
Them people are the most nearsighted people I've ever seen. I remember we had this problem in 1980, before 80.
Yes.
And when the government took over, they started to get water from up Yalas and all in
Yalas?
area. And it stopped a Mona. And up to now, nothing furthermore, we now get no water. And that starts about 1992 or something at the start. And that go on all the while. So we pay water rate, we want water. You see.
All right, sir.
I only hope you can make them know, sir, because me can't get no water, go in trouble. Because guess what? No. Me and my bathroom and everything, if we get water, for wash me and when me use my bathroom and so on and so on. What kind of foolish is this? Sure.
Well.
Thank you, sir.
Hardships there are, but the land is green and the sun shineth. Do we have time for another? Hello? Hello?
Hello, yeah?
Yes, quickly.
Pardon me?
Quickly, sir. Will you be quick? We haven't got a lot of time.
Pardon me?
Me say the news are come up, sir. The news are come. And we don't got enough time. So if you want to say something, say it quick.
All right. Okay.
Hello?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Mr.
Yes.
Uh,
Perkins?
Yes.
Man from England, sir.
From England?
Yeah, but I think the news is coming up shortly now.
Yes, it's coming up shortly.
So what I will do then, I will just call about them.
All right.
Yeah, because it's about a minute or two.
Yes, all right, good.
Yes, I will call about shortly.
Okay, I look forward to that.
Okay, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. Okay, hello? No, nothing going on. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, quickly.
I need more than a year.
Look here, you're listening to the radio, so listen to the phone.
Huh?
You're listening to the radio, listen to the phone.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
I'm a new member. Just calling. Yeah.
Turn down that radio, no?
Hold on.
Hello?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm turn down. Me no problem. Me not vote for no PNP.
You're not voting for the PNP?
No.
Why?
Why? They have 6 subjects, and I can't get no work.
You can't get a job?
Can't get a job.
What sort of job have you tried getting?
Eh?
What jobs have you tried?
Mechanic.
You're trained as a mechanic?
Yeah. Certificate.
You have a certificate?
Yeah.
As a mechanic?
Yeah.
And you can't get a job?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, haven't you tried it? You have to try something else, you know?
Okay.
What else would you like to try? Mason.
Yeah.
But what?
We want a new government, sir.
You want a new government?
Yeah, the country I go wrong way. I go back way. Yeah.
All right, son. Thank you very much. Huh? All the best to you. Okay, we'll be back here in about 20 minutes after the news.
New Dimension Dental Care at 57 Hope Road provides modern dental care with spacious and secure parking at the former location of New Line Motors. That's New Dimension Dental Care. Telephone 978-7480. The time by New Dimension Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. A group of gunmen went on a rampage in Clarendon last night, shooting at least 5 people, one of whom has died. The police managed to kill one of the gunmen. The police say shortly after 9 o'clock, armed men invaded the community of Savannah and opened fire. According to Cleon Marsh, the deputy superintendent in charge of crime in Clarendon, 2 people were shot in that incident. They are being treated at hospital. The Clarendon crime chief says the same group of men then went to a community on Glenmuir Road and again opened fire, injuring 3 people. DSP Marsh says the police got some information and went looking for the gunmen in Bushy Park near Maypen this morning. When they got there, they were fired on by the men and a shootout ensued.
After the shootout ensued, 2 men were confirmed shot, injured. I think 1 succumbed to his injuries so far, and a firearm recovered. It's early stages in the investigations yet, but as we speak, the men are on the ground covering quite a bit of the details of the investigation. The Bureau of Special Investigation has been called in to assist with the investigation relative to the police shooting.
Crime Chief for Clarendon, DSP Cleon Marsh. He says the injured gunman has been hospitalized under police guard. The Energy Minister, Philip Polwell, has promised that the problems which led to the disruption in electricity supplies to sections of the island should be addressed by today. Mr. Polwell says he's confident the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will be able to maintain the 25% capacity of generating power required. His statement comes in light of the frequent power outages which have been affecting the island in recent weeks. The JPS has attributed the power cuts to a malfunction of some of its generators. One of Jamaica's most successful sugar producers says there will be a major fallout locally when the European Union, EU, makes the final cut in the price it pays for our sugar. Peter McConnell, the managing director of the Worthy Park Sugar Estates in St. Catherine, says he may have to pull out of business. But as Damien Mitchell reports, sugar authorities are insisting that adequate systems are in place to prevent a major fallout.
I'm out of business in 2009.
Peter McConnell is Jamaica's largest private sugar producer. He has been in the business for more than 40 years, but he no longer sees a bright future, especially now that the EU price cut draws closer. Over the next 8 years, the EU will be cutting the price it pays for sugar from African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries by 36%. The cut, which begins this year, is being carried out in stages. Mr. McConnell says with the high cost of loans, his business would no longer be profitable.
Unless you can tell me what it is you're going to pay me that I can afford to stay in the business.
Executive Chairman of the Sugar Industry Authority, Ambassador Derek Heaven, admits that some sugar producers will be out of business when the final price cut takes effect. He says even Worthy Park, the most efficient sugar company, will be impacted.
And survival is going to depend very much on being able to adapt under circumstances that are not going to be easy.
But Ambassador Heaven says the government is trying to reduce the impact with the 5% interest rates on loans made available through compensation money provided by the EU. General Manager of Jamaica Cane Product Sales Limited, Carl James, is aware of the challenges with the impending cut in the price of sugar, but he says stakeholders must work out the best option for the sector.
The people in Belize are doing it. The people in Guyana are doing it. Jamaica will do it.
General Manager of the Jamaica Cane Products Sales Limited, Carl James. Damian Mitchell for the Gleaner Power 106 News.
And Ambassador Heaven says he's confident that cane farmers will meet their obligation to repay the loans even with the EU price cut.
The way in which the loans are structured, we are pretty sure. And the farmers have, over the last year or two, based on the way in which loans have been structured, have had a fairly good record in repayment.
Executive Chairman of the Sugar Industry Authority, Ambassador Derek Heaven. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 5 minutes after 12. Chairperson of the Early Childhood Commission, Professor Maureen Samsbone, is expressing concern that early childhood development is not a priority among Jamaicans. According to her, early childhood development is critical in the process of national development.
We still have a far way to go, but we have come a far way. When we survey persons, definitely the word is getting out there of the importance of early childhood development, but we're not going to stop till everybody gets the message.
Chairperson of the Early Childhood Commission, Professor Maureen Samsbone, speaking in Ocharia, St. Anne this morning. She is attending the second regional conference on early childhood development. Professor Samsbone says at the end of the conference, the Early Childhood Commission will shift its increase in focus on development of a positive agenda for children. The Women's Resource and Outreach Centre has encouraged greater participation of women in the local government system. Lynette Vassell, who represents the group, says she wants an equal number of men and women to run as candidates at the local government level. She was making a presentation to the Joint Select Committee on Local Government Reform in Gordon House this morning. Ms. Vassell argued that civil society and other interest groups should provide the necessary support for women to become more involved in politics. She also urged the committee to ensure that local government is deeply entrenched in the Jamaican Constitution. The National Works Agency, NWA, says it's implementing a $200 million disaster mitigation program in all parishes. The agency says more than 100 critical drains and gullies have been identified for attention. The drains are primarily located in perennial flood-prone areas such as Big Pond and Heartlands in St. Catherine, Marcus Garvey Drive in Kingston, and Mitchelltown in Clarendon. The NWA says a cleaning exercise is expected to begin over the next 8 weeks. Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Baldwin Spencer, has appealed to the United States of America to help in the fight against terrorism in the Caribbean. This call comes 3 weeks after 4 Caribbean nationals were convicted in relation to a plot to blow up pipelines at the JFK airport in New York. The Prime Minister has called for U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice to petition her administration to help the Caribbean in its counter-terrorism efforts. According to him, the Caribbean is a potential terror target since there are approximately 2.5 million visitors per year visiting the region, with a majority from the U.S. Secretary General of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, Vincent Vanderpool Wallace, is hoping that regional leaders meeting with President Bush today will highlight the need for an extension of the U.S. passport rule. Mr. Vanderpool Wallace and other Caribbean tourism officials attending the CARICOM conference in Washington say they intend to use the opportunity to lobby for a further extension of the Western Hemisphere's travel initiative for the region. According to him, the region's tourism sector has already lost about $400 million since the new passport regime was implemented on January 23. On June 1, State Department officials announced that they would temporarily relax the rule. The temporary adjustment allows American air travelers who have applied for a passport to travel with a receipt until they clear a passport application backlog. Finally, Western and Afghan aid organizers are concerned with the number of civilian deaths in Afghanistan. The group blames Taliban fighters who use civilians as shields and foreign troops for not doing enough to prevent deaths. Over 230 civilians have been killed since the start of the year. 7 children were killed yesterday by an airstrike on a religious school where insurgents were believed to have been. The deaths have caused protests calling for the resignation of Afghanistan President Hamid Karzai and for the withdrawal of U.S. troops. And just before we go, some news coming out of the United States. President George W. Bush has reportedly approached UK Prime Minister Tony Blair to become an envoy. According to a White House official, Mr. Bush and U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice directly discussed the idea with Mr. Blair. The president would reportedly like him to be an envoy for the quartet of the U.S., European Union, UN, and Russia. Meanwhile, the official spokesman for Mr. Blair says there is a lot of speculation about the Prime Minister's future, and much of it is inaccurate. Mr. Blair will step down as Prime Minister on June 27, ending 10 years in Downing Street. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Sports stories are next.
Midday News was brought to you by RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. West Indies players Lendl Simons, Dwayne Smith and Austin Richards are expected to arrive in London tomorrow morning to join the remaining members of the one-day squad. The players were expected to arrive in time for a warm-up match against a strong England A team before the 3 one-day internationals. However, they were denied an early arrival because of problems with the travel arrangements. Meanwhile, the West Indies selectors have called up fast bowlers Andrew Richardson and Ruel Brathwaite as temporary replacements for injured players for tomorrow's warm-up match. Dwayne Bravo, Fidel Edwards and Darren Sammy have sustained injuries. West Indies fast bowler Fidel Edwards has been fined 15% of his match fee. Edwards was found guilty of breaching the International Cricket Council's Code of Conduct during yesterday's final day of the 4th Test against England. Edwards was punished for using inappropriate language during the match. England won by 7 wickets for a 3-0 series victory. Commonwealth 200 meters champion Sharon Simpson will undergo a series of tests today in order to determine the extent of her hip injury. As a result of the injury, Simpson has pulled out of the 3-day National Senior and Junior Track and Field Championships, which will start on Friday at the National Stadium. Although Simpson will not be competing, she still has a slim chance of making the national team. However, she will have to be passed unfit by the medical committee she has to be passed fit by the committee of the Jamaica Amateur Athletics Association before the trials. In addition, she will have to maintain a good form. The rule states that athletes who hold a world top 3 rank and are ill or injured at the time of the national championships may still be considered, but they must prove their world ranking form prior to the final submission of the entries for the competition. The IAAF World Championships will be held August 25 to September 2 in Osaka, Japan. Jamaica's senior women's football squad will begin the final phase of preparation for the Pan American Games in Brazil tomorrow. The games will be held from July 13 to 29. The team will train at the Constant Spring football field tomorrow afternoon beginning at 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, Sashina Stewart from Lindsay Wilson College is the first overseas-based player to join the squad. Stewart is one of 5 American-based players invited to prepare for the Pan American Games. The other overseas players are Audia Sullivan, Alicia Wilson, both from the University of West Florida, Omalyn Davis, and Hishamar Faulkner of Lindsay Wilson College. 21 local-based players have been invited to the squad. Portmore Flames and Urban Knights recorded crucial wins last night at the Jamaica Basketball Association's National League, which continued at the arena. Adrian Coote had a game-high 37 points to lead Portmore Flames to an 88-84 victory over Majesty Gardens in the first game. Baldwin Todd led the way for Majesty Gardens with 25 points and 7 rebounds. In the night's second encounter, Urban Knights beat Arnett Garden Rockers 66-64. For Urban Knights, Linton Murray had 15 points, Javone Bailey 14, and Joe Moheran 13. Arnell Campbell, Vivian Spence, and Delano Mallet each scored 12 points for Arnett. The league continues tomorrow. Finally, the 4-year-old filly Ballad of Bertie, ridden by Jamaican jockey Andrew Ramjeet, scored an upset win in the Gold and Sylvia Stakes at Mountaineer Park in the USA last evening. Ballad of Bertie won the $75,000 event over a mile by a head, clocking 1 minute 38.60 seconds for trainer Jeffrey Greenhill and owner Cherie Greenhill. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Stay tuned now for the weather report.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a low to upper level trough across the Central Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect mostly sunny conditions across most areas, but partly cloudy conditions across central parishes and hilly areas in the east. Tonight should be mainly fair. In our 3-day outlook on Thursday and Friday, look for scattered showers and thunderstorms in the afternoons. And on Saturday, expect mainly sunny conditions over most parishes. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a recap of the main stories. Gunmen go on a rampage in Clarendon last night, shooting at least 5 people, 1 fatally. The police have since killed one of the gunmen in a reported shootout. Another is in hospital under police guard. Jamaica's most successful sugar producer says there will be a major fallout locally when the European Union makes the final cut in the price it pays for the commodity. Women's Resource and Outreach Center encourages greater participation of women in the local government system. Overseas Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Baldwin Spencer, appeals to the U.S. to help in the fight against terrorism in the Caribbean. And in sports, West Indies players Lendl Simons, Dwayne Smith and Austin Richards join the one-day squad in England. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
Summer is hot at Bromelia House, and we're not talking weather. It's time again for our annual Bromelia House Sizzling Summer Sale. 2 weeks only, June 18 through 30. Up to 50% off. From hardware to houseware, Bromelia House is your complete home center. 1 Ward Avenue, Mandeville, and High Street, Black River. Summer means savings at Bromelia House. Remember the sale date, June 18 through 30.
When it comes to dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances, in the heart of Southfield St. Elizabeth is the place. Come and shop in a comfortable environment and be assisted by their courteous staff. Come and see why they have been around for over 30 years. D.R. Ebanks Limited, Southfield St. Elizabeth. Call 965-6223 for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and we go directly to our telephones. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon
Hi,
to you,
Mr.
sir.
Perkins, how you doing, man?
Not too bad, thank you.
Listen, something I have to query on. Last week, you've had a conversation with Mr. Wonkin.
Yes.
And while that conversation was going on... Oops, sorry?
Huh?
While the conversation was going on, Mr. from the Labour Party.
Yes, Delroy Chuck.
Delroy Chuck had called.
Uh-huh.
But, you know, I picked up on a couple of things in that conversation, if you might remember.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Wonkin had some concerns which he had aired before, and on that program with you, he aired them again, you know, and there were some serious concerns. Mr. Chuck then called in because I guess he felt a little uneasy with some of the things that Mr. Wonkin had been saying, only to find that after Mr. Chuck and Mr. Wonkin were talking on your show, Mr. Wonkin, towards the end of that conversation, did admit that...
He did what?
He did admit, towards the end of the conversation between the three of you, that he did realize that, yes, those concerns had come up, and yes, the Labour Party had at least spoken about them a number of times in the past, you know? I just think that conversation was such an important conversation.
Was what?
I think it was such an important conversation between the three of you.
Yes.
Because if he has had those concerns before, okay, and he has voiced them on a number of occasions, but for some reason he thought that he should accuse the Labour Party of not saying or doing anything about those concerns, it has me wondering seriously now, Mr. Perkins, because it is obvious that, Mr. Wonkin has certain concerns. And
but I don't quite understand what it is that you're saying.
Do you remember the conversation?
Yes, Mr. Wonkin has concerns.
Right.
Mr. He thought that the Labour Party had not, as an opposition, had not paid sufficient attention to those issues.
But then it turned out...
Mr. Chuck says that the Labour Party had brought this up on a number of occasions. Am I right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Right.
And so what are you saying now?
Well, the reason I've called you is just to point out that in particular to you, that yes, the Labour Party and Mr. Chuck in particular has made, answered some of those queries that Mr. Wonkin has actually brought up. But why is it...
Answered them or raised them?
Or raised them. Thank you. You're putting it in the right context, right? Why is that Mr. Wonkin didn't realize that at all?
Well, it is possible, is it not, that part of the reason is the inadequate reporting, that there are certain issues that are not adequately covered in the media. The opposition may say something in Parliament, and you and I not ever know that they said it.
Okay, because the sound bites really don't make it to air at all.
Well, that's one possibility.
It carries me back to how people will complain and demonstrate.
Yes.
You'll find that in some countries, people have realized that nothing will happen if they complain or demonstrate to their countries, and then you go to other countries and people complain and demonstrate to the government all the time.
Yes. One of the problems, sir, is that when somebody says something, when an issue is raised in Parliament, for example, right? Whether how, to the extent to which people understand that this issue has been raised and so on, depends upon the reporting.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it depends upon somebody making a judgment about the newsworthiness of a particular item.
Okay.
And especially that, given that there is competition, there are other things that went on in Parliament that the reporters may regard as more important.
Okay.
No, if their judgment is flawed, then people listening to their stations and reading their papers are going to pay a price for that. Okay?
I take into account, like whenever any of the U.S. Forces were to mistakenly or deliberately bomb an area, you will find people coming out in the Middle East now, and they'll demonstrate. But I've never heard of anybody demonstrating in any place at all after Al-Qaeda or a group of terrorists have carried out any atrocities. I'm just trying to get behind the psychology of it, Mr. Perkins. Why is it you're gonna beat up on somebody who's already being beaten up on? That's really my query. That is really my query, and I think that in general that is how we have been here. But this now carries me to another thing, and it has to do with the media and their attention to the political parties and the campaigns that are going on. I noticed that, and it's the first I can say I've ever seen it, the kind of sensitivity and attention that the media houses are now paying to the political parties. But for the past few weeks that they've now been paying in particular to, one of the political parties. And I think,
in particular to one of the political parties?
Well, yes, towards the PNP.
Oh?
Because the PNP has complained over the past few weeks that they think that they're being, slighted by the media houses. More so they think they're saying, no, the media bosses. Because I guess they don't have anything, they don't have the cameramen or underground reporters.
Well, is it the PNP that has been saying that, or is it
lately
the Prime Minister? I heard I haven't heard. Hold on just a moment for me.
My mother say, me going pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day.
The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSEP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica. But we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with a free wound powder distributed by the NSEP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
Marlon, I want to fix up the kitchen at home and the bar at the club with some nice countertop sink and faucets. But I wonder if I can afford it.
Look, Miss B, as a trained workman, Cameron Industries, them have low price Splendor acrylic, post-form laminated in plenty colors, and them solid surface second to none. The workman, them factory trained. Them products strong and resist heat, chemicals and stain. Them also have some nice sinks, and what the nice word they use the pipe?
Faucet. Come to think of it, everybody's talking about Camerons. I also hear they give excellent service.
That's right. Check them at the Trade Center, 3032 Reynolds Road, Kingston. Telephone 906-386-224 and Hatfield, Manchester, 963-0628. Cameron Industries is the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, hello? Yes, is it I haven't heard a lot of PNP speakers going on about this. The only one I can remember hearing is the Prime Minister raving away.
Well, the thing is if the Prime Minister is going to have that complaint, Mr. Perkins, then...
Well, I suppose it represents the position of the PNP.
Right. Even if some of them didn't recognize it before.
Yes.
They will fall in and they will have that complaint. I know that the other party has had that problem in the past.
I beg your pardon?
The other party, the Labour Party, has had that problem in the past. And they have...
In the past when?
Years ago.
Oh.
Many years ago. They have complained, but...
Because I hear the Media Association saying that it is both parties that are creating this problem.
I heard that on the news, Mr.
Have you,
Well, I don't know if they've met us yet. I think they're meeting
it's in the papers this morning.
But I realize the problem is not with both parties. It is with one party. But I think they're being proactive.
So why are they accusing both parties?
Well, that's how we are in Jamaica,
No, but that's not right.
One without trying to bring the other in.
That isn't right, And
it is not right,
and
Mr. Perkins.
Particularly in these circumstances, where the media are being accused of bias.
Yes.
Right? For them to come out with a statement like this, it seems to me something profoundly wrong about it.
Well, I think the media, like I said earlier, Mr. Perkins, they're being sensitive. Okay, and they're trying not to offend anybody. So they figure if they have to invite the PNP, they might as well invite the JLP, even though the JLP has not said that they have a problem with them. You see, everybody's being put in the same basket.
Yes, well, I don't know. I would just like to hear from them what it was that the JLP said and when.
Well, I actually thought that something had been said.
Huh?
I actually thought that something had been said, but then listening out, I realized that the JLP had not made.
I don't know. Maybe I missed it.
Well, maybe I did also. Maybe I did also. But I just wanted to bring up that thing about Mr. Wonkin and the queries he had the other day. All right. Thanks again. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, in fact, the media, the release that they put out seems to have said the leadership of the parties, which would have included, on the one hand, Sister P, on the other, Mr. Golding. I don't remember him saying anything like that. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
This whole media smokescreen started with Paul Robertson several months ago when he threatened to do something about the Observer.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, I remember when Paul Robertson came out and, pointed a finger at the Observer.
Saying what?
I beg your pardon?
Saying what?
Well, he was criticizing the way they were treating, the whole news relating to the PNP. It started from then. I don't want to get into that anyway, because, if anybody believes, when the Observer was founded, Delroy Lindsay didn't find it to be critical of the PNP. Delroy Lindsay wanted a voice for the PNP.
A voice for the PNP?
Yes.
I see. Well, maybe the PNP has come to expect that the Observer will be a voice for the PNP.
Well, I believe this little bust-up that is going on with them and the media right now is a smokescreen.
Oh?
And yes, it is.
Meaning what?
I don't believe there is any merit to what you're blaming. They're accusing the media.
Well, the smokescreen is a means of disguising something.
Well.
So what is it that they're disguising?
I think they want to distract our attention from the real issues.
From the real issues?
Yes. Mr. Perkins, politics is about, an election is about the future of a country,
About what?
An election is supposed to be about the future of a country.
Yes.
And if I'm to go by what is happening today, nobody is willing to discuss the issues that has plagued this country over the last 18 years.
Yes.
When Peter Phillips came out the other day and talked about an abysmal performance of education.
Well, I see the Jamaica Labour Party having him on one of their ads.
He was talking about 18 years of PNP government.
Yes.
And nobody took him on. Well, that's happening now. But, there are several issues that this country needs to address, and we're not addressing it.
Yes.
There's a whole question of the corruption that leads to crime. The fact is that over the years that this government has been in power, they've put politics over economics, party before service to the country.
I don't know.
Government and the rights of the people.
They don't seem to have any understanding of the economic issues, right? I think that they have what they're showing is an abysmal lack of understanding of where this country needs to go.
Well, I listened to your conversation with Mr. Siaga's sister. And, I wish sometime when you're having these kind of... because they come up quite often, from both sisters.
Yes.
About the treatment of Mr. Siaga. Try and remind them of the way Mr. Siaga behaved with Hugh Shearer. When he felt that it was his turn to be leader of the JLP. And it was Hugh Shearer's time to move. Remind them of what took place.
Well, one needs to be reminded of Hugh Shearer's approach.
Yes.
The way he took it.
Yes.
And his reaction to it. Because
without a doubt, not two wrongs don't make one right.
No, but my understanding is that that Hugh Shearer, when he heard what the people had to say. He said, hold on a little bit.
Gracefully, he exited.
What you want me to do? You want my resignation?
Yes.
He said, no problem. Here it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right at that meeting down in Montego Bay, in the Eldermire House.
Mr. Perkins, I have no doubt that Mr. Siaga had great ideas for this country. The fact is that we never ever got to see those ideas because he just could not win an election.
Yes.
He could not win an election, so none of those ideas could come to fruition. So let's put that one aside. I mean, the behavior of these girls, like the jail piece supposed to be part of the Siaga heirloom, is nonsense. But the issues, Mr. Perkins, when are we going to start to discuss the issues that this country needs to grapple with?
Yes.
Because we are going into an election and nobody is willing to take up this whole question of where the country needs to go.
But let me ask you something. Do you hear it on the media? Do you hear discussions about this on media programs? And if even I hear, for example, Mr. Golding talking about the need for creating jobs, right? Well, you know, I think that we need to go further than that. Because the question is, what jobs are you going to create?
Mr. Perkins, the PIOJ came out with a Vision 2030 the other day.
Yes.
Vision 2030. By the year 2030, where they think this country should be. Right? So, I want to remind you, that between 1965 and 1968, a gentleman by the name of Lee Kuan Yew came here and saw Bob Lightburn implementing some economic ideas from Sir Arthur Lewis.
Yes.
His writing. Was so impressed that he came back and had a second look and went home and started to implement some of the very same approaches to economic development.
Yes.
And Singapore today is one of the most stable and strongest economies in the world.
Yes, sir, but I tell you something. I hate to talk about myself, right? But I've been talking about Singapore on this program for quite some time, right? And it strikes me as very odd that a country like Singapore, that has achieved what Singapore has achieved, right? That it isn't a model. We don't look at it as back in the early 60s and before, right? We were fascinated with the Puerto Rican model, right?
Yes.
And that is what we were trying to implement here in Jamaica. But look at the Singapore model. If Singapore, having the resources that it has, can do what it did.
Those resources are human resources.
Not that they are purely human resources.
Singapore import water.
And it's Sosa Sandemal, right? And yet they are all living in air-conditioned houses.
Yes.
And they have a huge per capita income, right? Why is it that we haven't looked at that and said, boy, that is what we need to do here?
Yes, yeah.
Right?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Perkins. Somebody needs to have the vision, and it doesn't seem to exist in the people who are leading the country today.
Absolutely.
That's why I tell you that, sometimes I feel as if we Jamaicans have been victims of a socio-political experiment that has gone horribly wrong.
Yes.
It has gone horribly wrong. Right?
But part of the reason for it, sir, for it going wrong, is that our intelligentsia, we're not hearing, you talk about Sir Arthur Lewis, right? Sir Arthur Lewis was at the university
Absolutely, the West Indian man.
Right? So, and what his work emerged from the University of the West Indies.
Yes.
What is coming out of the university now that over the last any number of years
Politics.
that is comparable with what Arthur Lewis did?
Nothing.
Right?
Nothing.
Where is the look at the media? What are the discussions that are going on in the media? Are they touching these issues?
No, now it's about Lisa Hanna, and it's about everything that's irrelevant to our future.
There's a kind of shallowness in the thinking that emerges from our...
But Mr. Perkins, when in the year 2007 you can have a DPP telling us to all meet in halfway tree square, bring your own rope and we can stretch some necks. I mean, this is Jamaica in 2007,
We're not thinking so.
Let's all meet in halfway tree square, bring your own rope, we'll stretch some necks. And everybody will leave there happy drinking red stripe beer.
And the Gleaner comes out with a headline this morning, referring to our youngsters who can't find jobs.
Yes.
Right? Because they haven't had the opportunity of training and all the rest of it.
And they're not likely to have that opportunity for a long time.
Right? And the Gleaner refers to them in a most disparaging way.
Yes.
Right? As if they're, as the Attorney General referred to people the other day. Right? And we don't recognize that there are things that we need to do to make it possible for our people to realize their best potential.
Because we don't believe in human development. We don't believe in human capital.
Absolutely.
The rights of the Jamaican people is treated as some kind of gift that you can give and take away at a whim.
And we don't have no respect for our people. That is
well, we hold them in absolute contempt.
Yes.
Because if we didn't, what is going on in the media today as an election campaign couldn't be taking place.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
thank you very much.
Take care, Mr. Perkins.
All the best to you.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 12:45.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter top, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, your choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
How do I make my marriage work? Child rearing. What's right? What's wrong? What about sharing financial responsibilities? Come find the solutions to these and other challenges at the 21st VMBS Marriage and the Family Series, June 29, 30 and July 1 at 5:30 p.m. daily at Emancipation Park. Come see live entertainment, exhibitions, and one lucky couple will renew their wedding vows. The VMBS Marriage and the Family Series 2007. See the press for details. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Perkins.
Hi.
How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm just calling really to speak on this gender issue. This seems to be a factor in the election.
Yes.
And I would like to suggest that anyone who is proposing that people vote on the basis of gender does not mean the people of Jamaica any good.
Well, that's...
Gender cannot be a factor. Beauty cannot be a factor. In fact, the Honourable Minister of Education, Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson, the Member of Parliament for South East St. Andrew, reminded us during the presidential elections that to vote for Mrs. Simpson Miller on the basis that she was a woman was dangerous.
In the same way as to vote against her on the basis that she's a woman would be dangerous.
It is. You cannot factor gender. It must be ability and competence.
Yes. The question of whether she's a man or woman is of no real significance. What is of significance is her capacity to manage the job of being Prime Minister.
And indeed, the persons who have sat with her for many years, who have been her political colleagues, have told us in no uncertain terms, don't take a chance. So I can't see now how, in the interest of retaining power, what you were telling us 1 year ago certainly is not true anymore.
Yes.
And I think people need to really examine the issues. This is not a beauty contest. It is not a contest to see whether or not women are stronger than men. It is a contest, really, that the better person that can lead Jamaica, or the better party, be put in a position so to do.
Yes.
You know, and this thing about you can't trust Mr. Golding because he was in the JLP and went to the NDM and then went to the JLP. But can you trust people who 1 year ago were telling us that Mrs. Simpson Miller was not fit for the job, right? And now that she's Prime Minister, they're prepared to tuck their tails behind them, keep their mouth silent, and back her just to get power again?
Well,
so what?
a year ago, I was excited at the prospect of her becoming Prime Minister.
On the basis that she's a woman?
No.
Oh.
But on the basis that she, first of all, she declared herself to be a woman from the bowels of the working class.
Yes.
And I was, toying with the possibility that this woman from the bowels of the working class, rising to the office of Prime Minister, would be coming with some radical, a transformation of this society in mind. Right?
And clearly that has not happened.
It has not happened.
It has not happened.
And it isn't that one expected the radical transformation to occur, to have been effected
but Mr. Perkins,
in a year.
How could you expect that when at the same time the lady was saying she's continuing the legacy?
Well,
those two things are so totally exclusive.
Well, that is quite true too, but...
So, we have to be careful. I read that Mr. Patterson was saying the other day that when you're Prime Minister, you just can't speak everything that comes into your head, right? But then, on one hand, you're saying, I am going to stray from the path that you know. I am going to honor your human rights. I am going to instill respect for each other and respect for you. And on the other hand, you're saying, I'm going to continue the legacy that put us in this pit. So, which is it?
Well, when she spoke about, on the issue of human rights at her inauguration, and on the issue of corruption, it seemed to me that what I had expected to see, had hoped to see, was, there was some reason to think that it might be on the verge of coming true.
No, but it couldn't come true if you're going to continue the legacy of the abuse of human rights, of the lack of services.
Yes, but she hasn't done that. That is what she hasn't done. She has not done anything to show that she's really serious on the issue of human rights or the issue of corruption.
Exactly.
Right.
Shortly after her ascension, there was a very despicable incident in Halfway Tree where a lady was...
Yes, I remember that.
Good. A report was ordered. I don't think we hear what has happened to that yet. Right?
Well, I don't know. Has she received the report?
Well, if she has not received
has she
the
remembered
report,
to do anything about it?
Whose fault would that be?
Well,
but the point is, you see, Mr. Perkins, is that we really cannot continue to have the wool being pulled over our eyes when the real issues, the question of health, the question of education, the question of infrastructure, a little rain falls and the entire Kingston is flooded out, not to mention parts of the rural Jamaica. We cannot possibly move forward on this basis. And I think that accounts for why, in fact, we have not moved forward.
But, Ma'am, it seems to me that the first and most vital transformation that we need in this country, I contend that our basic problem here in Jamaica is that our minds remain riveted to the paradigm of the plantation. Right? There is the people who rise in this society, wherever they came from, but they rise to the point where they can live in the great houses of, wherever. Mm-hmm. Right? They have no respect for the people who, that little boy on the roadside.
You see, much as they love them, they do not wish to live beside them. They do not wish for their children to go to the same schools that their children go to. So it is all right to stay in your ivory tower in Jacksonville or Cherry Gardens and talk about your love the poor.
But not only that, Mom. There is more to it than that. Because if those people were thinking, right, they would recognize, they don't have to love the poor, right? You don't have to love your neighbor.
You have to respect
but just recognize that if the man who is making $40 million a year in Jamaica today, if Trenchtown and places like that had purchasing power, he'd probably be making 80 or 120 million, right? If those people saw themselves as having the possibility of a good life, if this country was offering them the opportunity to earn money and to live in nice homes and so on, you think they would be worrying to go get gone
But Mr. Perkins,
to make trouble in the place?
This is the problem I'm having. This government has had the opportunity to mold an entire generation.
Yes.
18 years is an entire generation. We should be looking at scientists. We should be looking at doctors.
Absolutely.
We should be looking at all kinds of advances in farming.
Yes.
What we are looking at is young men with their pants on their hip who want to be shutters and girls who want to be strippers.
Because that is what they get the opportunity to be.
But this is my point.
Right.
So having had the opportunity to mold an entire generation, and you're coming to tell us, no, you're going to do this and you're going to do that. Why didn't you do it in 18 years?
I see the Prime Minister is now saying that he's going to make water a priority.
Everybody going to get water. In 18 years, that was not a possibility.
Yes.
There was no vision to give people water.
Yes.
There was no vision to improve the public health standards, right? And now, when on the even of an election, all that you didn't do in 18 years, look at what is happening.
And there is no
schools.
vision. There is no vision, Mom, to recognize that that little boy sitting on the ghetto down there, he is a citizen of Jamaica, right? And he was born with rights. It's not the Constitution or the law that is giving him rights. I don't know if you've seen that judgment.
Yeah, yes.
Of that Tanzanian judge.
But Mr. Perkins, look here.
Who is pointing out that the rights of the citizens are inherent in the being of the citizen.
Exactly.
Right? And that it predates the state and predates the law and predates the Constitution. Right? It isn't the Constitution that is giving him rights.
But
His
remember
rights exist and the Constitution is there.
Our learned Attorney General told us that human rights is quite fine for the people over in England and those places. But really, as we here.
Yes.
Okay? It is misplaced to have any concept of human rights for Jamaicans in Jamaica.
That is when he was talking about the Derbyshire County Council case.
Yes. Some time ago, but I've made the point before, just as the children are born in the Victoria Jubilee, the skin on their bodies are equally clothed with rights.
Yes.
Rights are not anything that are given to them by a government.
And
the government is there to ensure and protect them.
Yes.
And until we reach a stage in this country, I can't see after 18 years when you had the opportunity to mold a generation, as far as the Caribbean is concerned, we should be number one, right? And what we have is a crime rate that is off the charts.
Yes.
So a whole generation is lost. Yes. But you're coming to us now on the eve of an election and tell us, look, my people are going to give you water, are going to give you a house, just give me a vote. And if people at this stage can really look in the faces of their young children.
And they're going to, and another thing, all this business of giving you a house is a load of nonsense, What you want is give people the ability
Of course.
to create for themselves the power to provide their own houses,
But
to
when you
provide
do
their
that-
own food, to provide their own...
No, but when
you
you-
don't need to be giving them...
No, but the politics is that when you do that, you make them less dependent on you. And when you need a house, you can't run to the MP and say, Lord, beg your house.
Well,
no?
that is
Go-
telling you...
Because you remember
that
the
is
lady
telling
in the
you
country
that the
who said the
politics is
PNP gave her...
fundamentally corrupt.
You remember the lady who said that the PNP gave her a house and she's
And
going
she
to go
can't
PNP.
vote anywhere
Well,
else.
all right.
Yes.
You see the thinking behind things like the NHT,
Yes.
right?
Absolutely.
It is to tie people in. It is not to create opportunity and potential for
That
people
is quite
to
true.
express themselves.
That
and people,
is quite
especially the education, I think we have schools starting in September and 2 schools are nowhere to be found. I mean, what is the minister saying about this?
Yes, well, you know.
But I urge people, gender and beauty cannot be a factor. We want competence and ability.
I
and
entirely
Mrs.
agree.
Henry Wilson told us that to vote on the basis of gender, and she was speaking specifically of the most honorable Prime Minister,
Yes.
would be an inherently dangerous thing to do.
I agree with.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
No matter what you drive, Esso's fuel system energy has the right mix of additives to improve performance. These additives guarantee a cleaner operation, which means a cleaner environment. At Esso, we understand your car's needs, your needs, and the needs of the environment. You're going to love driving a whole lot more than ever. How do we know? At Esso, we're drivers too.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
When it comes to dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances, DRE Banks Limited, in the heart of Southfield, St. Elizabeth, is the place. Come and shop in a comfortable environment and be assisted by their courteous staff. Come and see why they have been around for over 30 years. DRE Banks Limited, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Call 965-6223 for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Earlier on today, we had a caller talking about the age of motor cars that could be imported into the country. We tried to get some information directly from the customs. We called, and the telephones all rang out. But we have some stuff from the internet. Just briefly.
It has to do with returning residents? Was the gentleman a returning resident?
No, just you have some information.
Yes,
there.
it says the age limit of motor vehicles effective June 1, 2003 are as follows. Motor cars, 3 years. It has to be there's a not older than
3 years.
Right. Vans, no older than 4 years. The age limit, 4 years for vans and light trucks. But for returning residents, it's 5 years.
5 years.
They have a concession of 2 years.
Of 2 years, I see.
Yes.
5 years for motor cars then.
For motor.
And 2 years.
For returning.
6 years for vans, I should think.
Possibly, yes, yes. Of course, you have to, there's certain documents you have to produce.
I should imagine so.
You have to get a customs broker and you produce, who will tell you the documents that you need to produce to prove that you have been resident in another country for at least 3 years.
Yes, well, that is what the position is supposed to be.
Yes.
So I don't know if
and there are extensive fines connected with making false returns. We begin the emails and the faxes.
Yes.
This is a fax. Dear Mr. Perkins, I'm appealing to you for some assistance or advice with a very serious problem, which is as follows. I manage an apartment on Shore Park Ridge, Ocho Rios, for some Jamaicans who live in Canada. I pay their utility and other bills. They have not been down to Jamaica since late 2003, and when they are away, all electrical equipment are turned off, except for security lights and an alarm system. So their monthly electricity bills are low, ranging between $600 to $800. Suddenly, in January 2005, I received an excessive bill for $3,754 on an actual reading. I immediately contacted JPS for a meter check, but paid only $800 to avoid disconnection. By February 2005, I received a second excessive bill, this time on an estimated reading of $2,046. I kept calling JPS, but kept paying small amounts. JPS finally checked the meter on April 12th, that is 2005, but reported it was working okay and said that the bill should be paid. After further discussion, they advised me to have an electrical check, the internal wiring in the apartment. This I did. My electrician found all the wiring to be in order, but reported that the JPS meter was malfunctioning. He even went into the JPS office and discussed it with them. Finally, on June 17th, the JPS finally changed their meter, acknowledging it was faulty and promising to adjust the bill. To my amazement, however, they have steadfastly refused either to write off the excessive charges or to make any adjustments in the bill, claiming that the fault with their meter could not have changed the high reading. And our current bills continue to show the old excessive charges as balance outstanding. My electrician constantly asserts that the fault is with the JPS meter, which was undoubtedly the cause of this excessively high readings. JPS has ignored all of this. In August 2005, that's 2.5 years ago, I contacted OUR for assistance. They too have failed to get the JPS to write off the wrong charges, despite the assurances of my electrician that the defective JPS meter was the cause of the high readings. In January 2007, the JPS actually disconnected the supply. With the intervention of the OUR, however, the supply was restored. But our current bills still carry the old overcharge as balance outstanding. I'm at my wit's end, as the OUR seems powerless to bring this long-standing matter to a satisfactory conclusion, despite the imminent departure of the Mirant Corporation, and despite the OUR's claim that they settle complaints within 40 days. Mr. P, is there anything you can do to help? Below is our reference number at the OUR, and also telephone number.
Boy, I don't know. What that is telling us as what a lot of other such complaints that come in about the JPS is telling us is that the government of Jamaica is really concerned, to put in place mechanisms that effectively and readily protect the interests of Jamaican people. That public service company can do whatever it likes to us, and it is held to get any redress. I mean, to begin with, we don't have a court system that makes it easy to take a matter like this there. What it would cost and, the time it would take and all this kind of thing, I don't know. We need some fundamental changes in Jamaica. We need changes that begin with a respect for the Jamaican people, the citizens of this country, and their rights. And we cannot have a company coming in here and taking money out of the pockets of people in this sort of, with what appears on the face of it, no justification. Because if they have changed the meter, why did they change the meter? And if they themselves thought that the meter had to be changed, how can they rely on, incidentally, what is the meter saying now that it has been changed?
Apparently it's normal.
It's gone back to...
Yes, but it carries the money that was
yes,
recorded on the high reading.
If they put in a new meter,
they said they would have adjusted it.
Produce the results that were being produced before this flare-up started. Then it seems to me that this thing should be taken to the courts, long as it may take, and expensive, because then they might be asked to pay the costs. But then, you see, that is another problem. The court doesn't usually give you the cost what it costs you. They give you, I don't know.
Mr. Perkins?
We need to discuss it some more. Perhaps we talk to the OUR about it.
I had to stop what I was doing and put in my 2 cents. This mail is from the U.S. I heard Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger of California, USA, in an interview on CBC here in Canada recently. He was asked about some of the positions taken by him as governor, which appeared to be contrary to his own party, which is the Republican Party's position, which made him look more like a Democrat. Mr. Schwarzenegger's response bears repeating. He said he takes decisions that are in the best interest of the people of the state of California and ultimately the country. He pointed out that the people of the state don't breathe a separate air, i.e., one for Democrats and one for Republicans. He also said that he was sworn into office and he swore to see to the interests of all, not just Republicans. It made me think about Jamaica and some of the politicians who feel that what is in the best interest of the party is what is in the best interest of the country. Until that asinine notion is laid to rest, we have nowhere going very fast.
Yes, and one of the things, the differences between the United States and Jamaica is that in that country they have the separation of powers. And it has an effect upon the character of political parties. Our political parties in Jamaica are quite different from political parties in the United States. To begin with, the candidate, the person who is a Republican representing the Republican Party in New York, right, and becomes a representative for the people of New York in the Senate or wherever, he hasn't got to depend upon the Republican Party to be returned to office. If the people of New York see that he's doing what is in their interest, then they will vote for him again, right? Here in Jamaica, if you are a member of the PNP and you go against the PNP, they drop you out and you have no hope of being re-elected, right? So Schwarzenegger can be independent of the Republican Party. He can tell the leader of the Republican Party to go to blazes and do what is in the interest of the Californian people. They will re-elect him. We need something like that in Jamaica. We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
The Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, advises customers in St. Andrew of an emergency outage in some sections of the parish today, Wednesday, June 20. This is necessary to carry out critical repair work on our distribution system. The affected areas include Unity, Border, Luna Field, and surrounding areas. The company advises that JPS work crews are making every effort to resolve the problem in the shortest possible time. JPS thanks customers for their patience and understanding. For more information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That's 1-888-225-5577.
I want to go over last quarter's sales report with you.
Okay, but I don't have the figures here at home. Let me call our accountant.
So, you'll call me back?
No, stay on the line. I'll just use three-way calling.
With three-way calling pay-per-use, you get all the benefits of three-way calling on your home phone without the monthly subscription. No registration needed. Just pay each time you use the service.
We've really got some work done.
Yeah, that was productive.
We should have more meetings on our home phone.
For this and other great home phone features, call 1-888-CALL-CWJ. Conditions apply. Home phone, the cheapest way to call.
When I want that healthy, refreshing taste, there's only one thing for me, V-Soy Soya Milk. Nothing beats a healthy drink that's rich in calcium, high in protein, has no preservatives, cholesterol-free. It's good for my prostate and comes in a unique glass bottle. V-Soy Soya Milk, distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Perkins, isn't it strange how Eddie Siaga left politics and is making a positive contribution elsewhere in Jamaica, while P.J. Patterson, the winningest prime minister in Jamaican history.
The what?
The winningest prime minister in Jamaica's history will not go home and sit down and is still campaigning after retirement? Why did he bother to retire then? Is it because he cannot manage a rough and tumble of campaigning, or because he can easily collect a nice pension, which he has set up?
No. I think it is because he saw that he couldn't win an election another election. He could not win the 5th term. When he said at the party conference that Portia Simpson Miller was not only the party's best hope of winning the 5th term, but its only hope. Clearly what that meant is that the party couldn't campaign on its performance under his leadership and hope to win the 5th term. So he had to go put Portia Simpson there in the hope that the people could be duped into giving the PNP, supposedly led by her, a 5th term. That is what it is about. That is why. But on the other hand, he has said that he cannot live in Jamaica or had no wish to live in Jamaica under JLP leadership, JLP government. So, he's, I suppose, desperate now. Maybe he thinks that Sister P, the hope that she holds of winning the 5th term is not as vibrant as he had hoped it to be. So he is coming out of retirement and being very active on the campaign trail.
Dear Mr. Perkins, in response to a caller you had this week with regard to the use of aircraft for campaigning purposes, in the U.S., all aircraft in the presidential fleet are acquired, administered, and maintained by the U.S. military. The United States President can and does use the aircraft for purposes other than official U.S. business, such as campaigning. When the aircraft are used for events that are not part of the President's official duties, the costs for the use of the aircraft must be paid for by the President. Mm-hmm. An example would be, for instance, during the last presidential elections, the President would fly from Washington to California to make a speech at Camp Pendleton about the war. That is part of his official duties. But if he traveled from that event to a political fundraiser in Texas, that trip would have to be paid for by the presidential campaign. I don't believe there's such a facility to recoup the losses of an election.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe there's such a facility to recoup the loss for election-related travel by the Prime Minister exists in Jamaica.
No, not as far as I'm aware.
Mr. Perkins, good day, sir. I remember sometime last year, after our new Prime Minister took the chair, the prophet told the nation that she was ordained by God. They also said that by the end of 2006, Jamaicans will increase in wealth and poverty will be eventually eradicated. Now,
Jamaicans will increase in wealth.
Yes.
And poverty will be
eventually eradicated.
At the end of 2006.
By the end of 2006.
By the end of 2006.
Yes, this is what they mainly say.
Oh, is that so?
Well, after a year
I don't remember that.
And a few months, I found myself coming home from work with money of lesser value than last year. Bread has increased twice by $5, then by a further $7. The toll to go home has increased. The utility companies have been granted an increase almost in double digits. I don't know. I understand the import levy. What does that mean? I don't know if I think he means. I understand the import levy. What does that mean? Is it all imported items will attract more money?
Another tax, yes.
Huh? If so much of the food in both the market and the supermarket are imported, how are we going to afford food a little from this? And why is the government allowing JPS to charge us still for hurricane damage? Are they not insured? Who will compensate me for my losses if anything happened in the hurricane, or for what I had to rebuild in the last hurricane? I don't know about anybody else, but I'm sick of it. Mr. P, a little nursery rhyme in this dark time. Little Mama Muffet sat on her tuffet, seeking her own mandate. And down came a green spider and sat down beside her, and made Mama Muffet feel hate. She ranted and raved, but the spider, he stayed, and he said, "Now is the time for the test. Stop all the complaining and weeping and railing. Fly the gate and see who is the best."
And do what?
See who is the best.
Little Mama Muffet.
Mr. Perkins, I was shocked out of my wits when I heard that based on the recent GSAT results, the Ministry of Education has placed students in a school not yet built. Mr. Perkins, I heard the senior education officer assuring parents and the nation at large that a school will be built in Sandy Bay, Clarendon by September 2007. Mr. P, I guarantee that school will not be ready for September.
Well, I think that there's a story in one of the papers this morning that is suggesting that too.
I recall that last year, students from Jose Marti High School were forced to stay home 2 or 3 days per week on a rotation basis. I don't know if you recall it, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I remember that.
Because classrooms were not completed in time for the start of the school year.
Yes.
I am willing to wager a bet that the same thing is going to happen with the new school in Sandy Bay. It will not be ready. I guess that the aim is to keep children out of school, as the more illiterate they are in Jamaica, the better it will be for some people, the more they will stay in power.
No, I don't think that is what is happening here.
Mr. Perkins, have you ever noticed that when the JLP is to be criticized by some sections of the media, there is no hesitation at all about it? They never mention a word about the PNP. The PNP is left out of it, as it should be. However, when the PNP is to be criticized for any of its actions, these same sections of the media, without fail, always find a way to bring the JLP into it.
Oh.
Take the recent incidences of Sister P's attacks on the media, and media bosses in particular. Rather than responding to Sister P, they are afraid to make a direct response. So what do? They are asking for a meeting with the two political parties to discuss, quote, attacks on the media, unquote. The JLP is not the one attacking the media, or them. Well, I hope the JLP has better things to do with its time. Mr. Perkins, here was a great letter in yesterday's Gleaner. It's called The Triumph of Hopelessness. Tuesday, June 19th. The PNP has in fact succeeded in convincing a majority of Jamaicans that since no better no day, we might as well remain with the pyramid scheme that is our economy and the circuses that accompany them as development. We're being socialized into accepting all sorts of injustices as normal. There is crime everywhere, we're told, but the fact remains that Jamaicans are statistically more likely to be killed violently than, say, an Israeli, even when that country is at war. The JLP had better realize that what they are running against is not a political party, but a political cult. Only somebody in a cult could believe that Bruce Golding was the person at fault in the traffic Euro scandal. Yet the polls revealed that some 30 to 40% of the people are of that view.
Oh.
It's written by R. Howard Thompson.
I haven't seen that.
Yesterday's paper.
Anyway, thank you very much. We're back here. We're going to take a break and come back shortly.
Reach your financial goals with a COK fixed deposit account. Get your savings on track. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
Barco Caribbean Limited has such a fine cosmetic line for hair and skin. My family and I have used all their products from Pure Lean to Camille to Magic Beauty. These products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I was sent in to congratulate you on the
I beg your
wonderful
pardon?
work you're I want to continue to congratulate you on your wonderful work you're doing.
All right.
But I want to, I know you have a heavy load on your shoulder because coming out of Jamaica, we are in an election season. And I think our journalism is, if so little, if not non-existent. Because almost so much issue is going on from crime, education, corruption, name the mismanagement where you want to place it. It's going on in Jamaica. I grew up in Jamaica, and what I see from when I was growing up and where it is now, it's a dramatic step backward. And I'm not saying nothing is not happening, but individuals is benefiting. But the country, if you look at it as a country, we are...
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, yes?
You hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay. All of our infrastructure that was...
No, there's something wrong with the connection, sir.
Okay.
Hello?
I'm hearing you better, though.
Uh-huh. You're breaking up, you see?
Okay. I don't know. You hearing me any better?
I'm hearing you now.
I'm mindful. You hearing me clear?
Eh?
You hearing me a little better now?
I'm hearing you. Yes.
Okay. I think our need to take the issue to the politicians take the issue to them. I would recommend the way it is for you to do it. Instead in the studio or take your show to the invite these.
You know, so you're breaking up. Are you on a cell phone?
No, I'm not.
No, the connection, there's something wrong with it. Hang up and call back, no? Let's go back to another call. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
First of all, like you, I share the vision that any country should strive for full employment.
Yes.
And I believe that in that mix, people should have free health, free light, free water, free
Yes.
education. And when I say free education, I'm talking in its totality so that individuals feel that they are stretching towards some mark and the whole society is rooting for them.
Yes.
Now, I have also recognized that housing, by culture, is a big motivation for Jamaicans. Everybody wants to own a house, and they feel they're getting somewhere when they hold a house. And that is why I would go against the grain to say that people should have free housing, because housing in Jamaica is a motivation.
I don't think that is going to be feasible, Mom.
You
Free
know,
housing?
What I exactly say won't be feasible?
I don't think that is feasible.
Why?
I think people can buy. Look here. You might as well say people should have free food.
Hello?
But if people have jobs
Yes.
and you talk about free health care and
Yes.
free education and so on,
Yes.
that is something that they will pay for by their taxes.
But you
Right?
know, okay, you know, Mr. Perkins, I think it stifles.
But where houses are concerned, right? And you know, people will buy their cars, they will buy their houses and so on. You can't expect everything to be, it's not a matter of expecting it.
No,
Eh?
Mr. Perkins, I'm saying that to own a house is a motivation, so one should not take that away from them.
No, but there's no need to take it away from them. If you are working and earning a decent salary, and there are houses on the market, you can buy.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, we're on the same page, you know.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that in Jamaica, health impedes your ability to succeed.
Yes.
Education impedes it. So does having to rest with paying light and water bills.
But it's not just that. There are certain services that it is convenient to provide through the public service.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like healthcare, for example.
That's correct.
Government maintains hospitals and so
The
on,
new equipment.
and people can go to them.
Right.
And you're paying for this out of your by taxation.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There are certain other functions that it is better and easier to provide by through the private sector.
That's correct.
Right? So those who continue to
Food and etc.
absolutely, yes.
Right. We're speaking in the same tongue. But you know, Mr. Perkins, I am a bit concerned that the so-called intelligentsia in this country
is not intelligent.
No, you see, Mr. Perkins, this is where I disagree
The intelligentsia
with you.
lacks intelligence.
But Mr. Perkins, this is where I disagree with you. I'll tell you about what you said earlier.
Yeah.
Because I was very disappointed when I heard Miss Hannah talking on the same Drive Time Live yesterday afternoon.
Oh?
Yes, I'll tell you why. She spoke very well like a Michael Manley.
Yes.
Putting the posts at the right corners and
yes.
being friendly and warm.
Uh-huh.
But what hurt me was that for somebody who says she's been involved in community work and community effort, calling the names of the Prime Minister and Omar Davis et al.,
yes.
she said the people in St. Anne don't want very much. I've given them some baby chicks and some zinc for their roof. No.
She said that?
She said that.
I didn't hear that.
Mr. Perkins, you didn't listen to the entire interview?
Not really.
I think you were caught up in the charm of it. That's the problem. No, it is so...
Hold on. So she gave out what?
Baby chicks.
She's going to give out?
I think she started already.
Yes, to give out what?
Baby chickens, man. Baby chicks. And some zinc for person's roof.
Yes.
And I say to myself, somebody who claims that background, somebody who claims I have 2 degrees in communication, right? Because communication is not just language, you know. It has to do with the connectivity to need and the ability to supply it. And here she comes to talk about baby chicks and zinc. And I say to myself, here is the intelligentsia, and they don't realize that they should set a mark that pulls people towards it rather than meeting them at a comfortable level of baby chicks and zinc for roof.
Yes.
I don't know, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I go back to my old theory about the plantation, you see, and my ideas of the plantation.
So when we go and break it?
That are still in our heads. And the problem, because, you know, Mom, suppose the first time a policeman abused some young man, kicked him halfway down the street to the police station, right? Suppose one of our big private sector people, you know, one of our top and Irish people, light complexion, living in, you know, some one of our high-ranking places and so on. You know, suppose he had come out and said, no, this is nonsense. This cannot be allowed to go on in Jamaica. Right? And others had come out with him and the whole private sector people and all this kind of thing. Right? Don't you think Jamaica would today be a vastly different place from what it now is?
You know, Mr. Perkins, it's funny that you should position that point. Because I think it was the news last night, the private sector organization was meeting with Mr. Ghazan Azan's view that the government should facilitate the growth of the private sector. I mean, this comes 18 years late, you know, and out of an era that was 18 years before where the private sector was considered. But they're just now talking. So there is some hope, I think.
Well, I don't know. What has happened?
What and the overruns in the White House business. That's a sign, don't you think?
Well, one of the things that has happened is that the government has not operated on the basis of that it is of primary importance to make the economy, to ensure that the economy grows and develops in a way that accommodates the ambitions of the Jamaican people. Right? It has not done that.
No.
And it has multiplied bureaucracy. Right? And made it difficult. I remember some time ago getting some information about business in New Zealand, right? That if you want to start some kind of business in New Zealand, that to get a license and whatever, you know, you can do it on the internet.
Short order.
Right? And then you send them something on the internet, send them the information they need, and in a matter of hours, you get a reply on the internet and you can go ahead and start your business. Right?
But Mr.
Not so in Jamaica.
No, I will tell you why not so too. It's on the internet, and I hope people won't say I'm being unfair because this is a personal experience. There was an announcement about some emancipation scholarships when Emancipation Day became in vogue again. And my sister was residing abroad, so I told her to go and look at the net and find if it was there, and she did. And then subsequently I tried to follow up by calling a government agency, and the agency knew nothing about it. You understand, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
So even the internet is used as a gimmick. Oh, we have internet in Jamaica. The sort of material thrust that we need to develop is just not there.
No, it is not there.
It's not there.
And there are all sorts of impediments.
Yes.
Right?
That's stress you up so you cannot rise to your
Yes.
potential because you're being pushed down and pushed down
Yes.
to say, okay, this is
And-
all that you need and you don't need more.
Yes.
And you know, the minister, I don't think the
And the
minister...
symbolism of the flag is catching up with you.
Well, no, you know, Mr. Perkins...
Because it is the role of government
Yes.
to create hardships, which is what the color of your face
Of that
represents.
is. But
Right?
Mr.
Hardship.
Mr. Perkins, I know you often say that. No, but listen, my view is that the word hardship is really a challenge and not a label. This is how I see it. And, you know, so when it says hardships there, but the grass is green and the sun shining,
Yes.
it demonstrates that there is hope.
But but it is most interesting
Yes,
that what symbolizes hardship in the Jamaican flag
yes.
is the
exactly.
color of the faces of the
Yes, I see your
overwhelming majority of
I
the
see
people
your
of
point.
Jamaica.
I see your point.
Yes.
It's like when I had to enter Mr. Omar Davis's office one day.
Uh-huh.
This was before he moved over to the new building.
Yes.
I noticed that at the entrance of the door was a photograph of some dark people living in a house whose roof was pushing them down so that their feet were blue. And I said to him, Minister Davis, that's not a good symbol to be on a minister's door. So it goes. No, so it goes.
And that was what he was spending the day looking at.
Well, no, it wasn't inside his office. It was at the door of his office.
I see.
So when you walked in, you knew exactly what you were looking
What you
at.
were encountering, what you're going to
And
face.
these are the, isn't it Dr. Omar Davis, you know?
Uh-huh.
It's very sad. And then, you know, back to Miss Hannah Kay, you know, they were prepping her. Wonder if you'd be a minister of information or a minister of tourism, given her background.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, she chuckled and smiled about it to see what position. But then it reflected to what she said earlier, that the people need not worry because they will see her every day.
Uh-huh.
So I wonder how future prospects will relate to that everyday activity,
Uh-huh.
or whether every day is like when Mr. Bunting said on his interview on CVM that he has a management team in place. So nobody wants to get their hands dirty or their souls soiled.
Hold on a moment for me.
Okay.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:46.
Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocho Rios, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7.
Hello, I'm Rihanna Wright, an indoor agent for the Jamaica Labour Party.
And I am Nadran Palmer, indoor agent for the People's National Party. And I just love this new wave of unity.
Yes, we are learning to follow the rules and respect each other.
It's foolish to fight over elections.
We know we can trust the electoral system.
I pledge to encourage our supporters to show respect.
I beseech our supporters to conduct themselves in an orderly and peaceful manner.
I pledge on behalf of the entire EOJ to continue to conduct elections in an efficient manner without fear or favor, and to always show respect to every voter.
Respect.
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 You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on land. Hello?
Yes, sir. My last point. With regards to education now, you know, the Ministry of Education keeps stumbling over itself. I remember before Maxine Henry's tenure, it was Burchell Whiteman who was the Minister of Education.
Oh, yes.
And he usually say at the beginning of the term, oh, everything is ready, everything is in place, you know. And then you found out everything was not in place and everything wasn't ready. And that sort of approach is now part of Mrs. Maxine Henry's administration. And then as students, one wonder, if we look at things like this, would we organize ourselves that there is order and discipline? You know, when you check the government with regards to the level of corruption, things that aren't, is this a good environment for people to be educated? Because we're getting all the bad examples. And then we are told that the economy is improving.
And you know what is happening? People talk about the bureaucracy. You realize, of course, that bureaucracy facilitates corruption.
Of course. Of course. Of course.
Yes.
And you know, there's another kind of bureaucracy that the Prime Minister follows. Whenever she feels that here is an issue that may cause contention, she just doesn't talk about it. Anyway, Mr. Perkins, have a nice day.
Okay. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Hello?
Hello? Not hearing you very clearly. Hello?
Hello?
Well, I don't know.
Hello? Not hearing you very clearly. Hello?
Hello? No, is that the... Hello? No, something wrong there. Hello?
Hello? I'm hearing you. I don't know if you hear.
Yes. Hello?
Are you hearing me now?
Yes,
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I'd like to make a contribution. But first, I'd like to...
Keep your voice up, though. Keep your voice up.
Okay, I'd like to clarify something one of your couple said on Monday. About kids graduating from high school illiterate. It's not possible. No kids can graduate from high school with passing state tests. There is a requirement to get your high school diploma. You can't leave high school without getting it. Yes, we have a high turnout of dropout, but that means that they're not graduates.
Yes, I think that you're probably right on that.
And there's a revolution within.
I think
there's a lot of representation, and there's a lot of people fight restructure of the whole education system in order because you got to give a
What it probably means is that those youngsters, are leaving high school illiterate.
Right. Well, there's a lot of inner city, mainly black and Hispanic, black and Hispanic, who stay away. They're not participating in the whole political system, so politics doesn't really count them because they're not registered, they're not voting. And, I think you have tried. For the years, you have done a wonderful job trying to inform people and let the children walk where they may.
You know, so flattery is going to sort of swell up my head and...
No. Well, you can say flattery different from facts. I think Jamaican is full of flattery. What they'll do is have facts. You have spoken and met the truth. Whosoever is hurt, They hear from many, and I can tell you, growing up, you remember what high school in Jamaica didn't have nothing to do. There was, Mr. Patterson have just changed. When I leave all age school, Mr. Patterson have just changed for the school to car sharing and put a lot of pressure on parents, and the whole system was changed. It was a downfall from there, and you get with it. F10 sectors, workers, bank, little people could go to and take $20 up to their pay, put like a pop at the bank, and it put a lot of opportunity. I hope at some in Jamaica before Mark and Mr. Patterson decided to go still with the country. But what I think they haven't done over the years, them of the truth.
Is what?
Are you hearing me?
No, I'm not hearing you.
I'm saying what the media failed to do over the years is really inform the Jamaican people and educate them of the facts, what's really going on in the country.
Yes.
I don't know if we have a lot of journalists in Jamaica. We just have a lot of pundits, analysts, talk show, or I don't know what's going on. But I think we need to. A lot of motorcade been going on. A lot of politicians been going on platform talking a lot of things. But we have nobody asking them the questions. We haven't have these politicians going into towns and having auditorium meeting in schoolroom, coming talking to JLP, PNP, everybody, and talking to the public and answering questions and very important issue that affect their community.
Yes,
And I think that only can be allowed if the media have to take the front burner. The media have to invite these people to university and make sure they lead the issue, not the politician. And with these platform and motorcade, they are good carnival atmosphere and they're fun to get in, but they don't deal with no issue. And I tell you, Mr. Golden is somebody who I have a lot of respect for. As a person who I've met and deal with during the National Democratic Movement, and I know that he have a mind, a visionary mind. He can look behind his face and see. I can tell that honestly. A person who I met in a small setting and when he was just dealing with the National Democratic Movement. But I challenge him also to cut down on some of these big motorcade and get into the community, into the schoolroom and have more one-on-one, not just with labor rights, but with PNP. Answer questions from the community. Answer questions from the people. And I challenge the media to go there and give the time of day and broadcast these things so the people can hear who's answering the question instead of just getting sound bites and so on. Get into the community in some school, rent auditorium, or I don't know how you can work it, or wherever if it's finance or whatever you can do, and try to take the issue to the politician. Whenever you have them on the radio, sometimes you should have a open line where people are faxing questions to them, direct question. Find some way for that, let them answer the question.
Well, that's not easy to do, so they don't come it's not all politicians that are anxious to appear on this program.
Well, because, I don't know what are we going to do? Where are we going?
Well,
when you read these posters, these people, intellectuals, who's supposed to inform us and, to spread the knowledge. Where are they? What happened? What happened to them? Everybody's sleeping. Hush. I don't know, Mr. Perkins. We are at a stage now where if we doesn't wake up and know that As you know, I remember as a youngster, Jamaica was reaching a stage where we were filming our whole movie. You know, Jimmy could say, "Now that they come," we could sit down and wait for milk and honey to fall from the sky. But he gonna get his now. You know, because this is where we go. And that's something that I was always striving as a young person. You know, we have to, and I hope that the young people really can wake up and rise up. This is their election.
I think you're right.
You
okay?
know?
Thank you very much. All
And
the
thank
best.
you very much, Mr. Perkins, and for your wonderful work you're doing.
All right,
and
thanks
just
a lot.
try and see if you could have try and see if you could get couple town hall meeting, with or without them, so people can have the issue discussed, both PNP and GLP.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, we take a break. We come back shortly.
Hear this. Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower. Good Jamaican product, greater value. The time by Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower is
2 o'clock.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a mid to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook, on Thursday and Friday, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't let us stop you from do it. Beside the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, your choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you. And there's a story in the Gleaner, in the business page of the Gleaner this morning, that I'm going to have read for you.
It's pretty long, Mr. Perkins. So.
Yes, but read some of it. Bear Stearns seems to be losing its enthusiasm for Jamaican bonds. And the question is, what are the implications for the financing of the government's budget?
Well, there are expectations. Anyway, it says, investors advised to be wary of Jamaican bonds. I think this has been on TV too.
The gentleman from Bear Stearns was here.
Yeah.
I think at the university they had some conference.
Well, I think it was at this conference.
And he was speaking there, yeah.
Anyway, last Thursday, with the country missing its fiscal targets last year, Jamaican government bonds are not among the favored emerging markets debt instruments that International Investment Bond, Bear Stearns, is pitching to its clients. The company's head of emerging markets and fixed income research, Dr. Carl Ross, told a group of local investors. This is on D14 of today's Gleaner. Throughout 2006, I was very bullish on Jamaica.
Yes, indeed,
said Ross. But a couple of months ago, Bear Stearns rated Jamaica at, quote, underperform. Because we were somewhat dismayed and alarmed by the 2006-2007 fiscal numbers, said the Bear Stearns executive last Thursday. The deficit last year was 5.4% of GDP, double the target Dr. Omar Davis had projected at the top of the year. Ross says he advises his clients not to bet on Jamaican debt, whose bonds trade at a higher yield of 7.5 to 8.5% compared to its peer group, including Brazil, Turkey, Uruguay, Dominican Republic, and Indonesia, and above Bear Stearns' own high-yield index, which trades at roughly 6%. Quote, what I have been basically telling people recently is that you should own Jamaica for the carry.
You should
own Jamaica for the carry, comma. Meaning,
for the carry?
In order to hold it.
Yes.
Probably, that's what it means, I don't know. For the carry, for the incremental yield that you're getting over other countries and over the benchmark index, said the investment banker at an emerging market seminar hosted by NCB Capital Markets at the Terranova Hotel. He notes that while deterioration is not expected, investors should not bet on significant improvement in Jamaica's fundamentals.
What about significant deterioration? He hasn't spoken about that.
No, he goes on to say, I think that there's a good chance that the fiscal numbers are going to improve this year. But what this means is that Jamaica's improvement in fundamentals are not happening as fast as other countries, so we have to tone down our recommendation.
All right, okay. Thank you very much. Well, looks as if the crisis is coming closer. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I'm calling about an inmate that I have in the Tamarind Farm prison.
So, an inmate that you have in the prison?
Yeah. I've been checking him for the last 3 weeks, and he's been telling me that no water is running through the line in the prison. They haven't having water, running water for the last 3 weeks.
They haven't had running water?
For the last 3 weeks
at the
prison. Yeah.
Tamarind Farm prison?
Yes, sir.
For the last
3 weeks.
Oh, hell.
And I was wondering if you could help them, because they say one truck bringing a load of water for 300 inmates, and sometimes come like a war, and I fight to get a bucket.
Is what?
It's like a fight to get a bucket, because I visit him every Sunday.
Oh, hell.
So I was wondering if you could do something for them. If you could.
Well, I don't know what. What do you think I could do? Eh?
I don't know if it's because they are trying to find out the problem, what's causing that to happen, because they haven't had any running water in the prison for the last 3 weeks.
Oh, my God. What a hell of a state of affairs.
Yes, sir. 'Cause when I go visit him, I can see them walk like when the truck come in on the Sunday, I see them walking with a bucket to get the water.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know. I just call him.
They get a bucket of water, each one?
Each one get a bucket of water.
And how long is that supposed to last them?
That's for beard, and if you beard in time, you catch back a next bucket for that long with that for the day.
Oh boy. What a hell of a state of affairs.
So I don't know what you can do for them. If you can do anything there, then that will be good.
Well, if I can, I will, but I don't know what that would be. But we'll look into it, eh? All right, all the best to you.
Yes.
No water at Cameron Farm Prison for the last 3 weeks. Well, it's happening to people around, but then the prisoners aren't free to go out and get water where they can. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you, Mom.
Good afternoon.
Uh-huh.
I have been listening to your program.
You have?
Yes, I've listened to your program from time to time.
Oh?
And I find you have a very, very good analytical mind. I was wondering if you have ever thought of running for politics yourself.
No, Mom.
Why not?
Well, no. I just not. I'm not in that league.
No, but I mean, we listen to you, and so often you seem to have the solution to problems. It would be a good thing if you would stand for whether start your own party or join the party of your choice.
Eh?
Either you could start your own party or join the party of your choice.
No, I never thought of that.
Well, I suggest you think of it now.
Well, it's a little late in the day for that, you know.
No, oh no. Oh no.
No?
No.
You think I'm a youngster?
Well, 60-ish?
Eh?
60-ish, perhaps.
60-ish?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm a little bit older than that.
I won't press you. I won't press you, but I still think, you could start the party of your choice.
It's what?
You could join the party of your choice.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a little late in the day for that, man.
You've never thought of it in the past.
No, and my mind is not attuned to that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you can identify the problems, you should certainly... If you can identify the problems, you should certainly think of helping to solve them, huh?
Well, I tell you something, you know. The modern... Well, not just modern society, but... society going back to very early centuries, developed as on the basis of what was called the division of labor.
Right.
Right? One man doesn't have to do everything for himself. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He does something. He's a carpenter, and if he wants to get cooked food, then there's somebody else who cooks food, and somebody else who does this and that and the other and so on. Okay? So I am doing my little bit.
So
right?
Your role is to criticize then.
My role?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know that it is just to criticize, but I don't think there's anything wrong about criticism.
No, nothing at all.
No.
No, nothing at all.
But, we have discussions on a program like this, and, it is not only I who there are other people who make contributions, and there's a discussion, and people listen and otherwise participate and so on.
Yes, but your contribution is always so insightful.
Oh?
And really insightful.
Well, I don't know.
It seems to me that if you could help to be part of the solution, that would be a good thing.
But I think that what is important in in matters like these is how people think, how the people of the country think. Right?
Yes.
And I think it's very important for the people to be informed and to think seriously about the issues. And the more that happens, the better off things will be.
Okay. Well, think about what I said.
All right, Mom.
Okay.
Nice hearing from you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, hello? Oh, sorry, we're going to take a break. We'll come back shortly.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
The Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, advises customers in St. Andrew of an emergency outage in some sections of the parish today, Wednesday, June 20. This is necessary to carry out critical repair work on our distribution system. The affected areas include Unity, Border, Luna Field and surrounding areas. The company advises that JPS work crews are making every effort to resolve the problem in the shortest possible time. JPS thanks customers for their patience and understanding. For more information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That's 1-888-225-5577.
Summer is hot at Bromelia House, and we're not talking weather. It's time again for our annual Bromelia House Sizzling Summer Sale. 2 weeks only, June 18 through 30. Up to 50% off. From hardware to houseware, Bromelia House is your complete home center. 1 Ward Avenue, Mandeville, and High Street, Black River. Summer means savings at Bromelia House. Remember the sale date, June 18 through 30.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online. Hello? 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 What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Hello? Oh boy. Hello? Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yes?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Tell me something. I don't know. Hello? Hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
You get paid if you do what you do. Like, sometimes here you're making some suggestion on behalf of the Labour Party. I wonder if you get paid.
If I get paid?
From them.
Get paid by whom?
Well, I don't know. Somebody from that side, Labour Party.
Well, let me ask you something. When you come here and set out on the argument that you're setting out on there now, you're getting paid for it?
No, sir. No.
No? You don't get any paid?
No.
I see. I wonder why.
Anyway, why I'm saying that, you see? The other day, I realized that the Labour Party, they have some ads out, and I don't know if it's pressure or what, but you know, to me, we don't seem to have a solution, a strong opposition.
We don't have what?
strong opposition.
Oh, is that so?
You know, I don't see the Labour Party as being aggressive enough, you know, to
Is that so?
reach out and demand certain things of this government. So
I see.
people of this country can, you know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Demand certain things like what?
You know, the right side of the country, you have an opposition party who you would think would stand up and hold out, you know.
Uh-huh.
Hold out with the right.
So the system of government that you have in mind is one in which the government is there, enjoying the perquisites of power, and the opposition is out of power, but giving the government instructions as to what to do.
No, I'm not saying that they should give instructions.
And if the government fails to do, well, but you're blaming the opposition for the failures of the government.
I wouldn't, no, not that. I'm not blaming them.
You're not blaming them?
No, I'm just saying that, you know, the people are looking out for a more aggressive approach.
A more aggressive approach. Yes. To get the government to do things that it has not been doing.
Exactly.
But then hold on a little bit now. Then why did you elect the government that you elected? If you didn't think that they were competent to do what needed to be done?
Well, how you know that it's the people elect the government?
Who you think elected them?
Well, I don't know.
How they got to where they are?
Well, they win the election, so...
They won election. Then that seems to me to imply that the people elected them.
Elected them,
Huh?
Yes, by majority vote.
All right, by majority. But you're saying that the government doesn't know what it should be doing, and that the opposition should be there bawling it out and forcing it on them and, you know, oppose, and whatever. Right? And if the wrong things are done, or the right things not done, then it is the fault of the opposition.
No, I wouldn't say the fault of the opposition, man.
Could I ask you this question?
Yeah.
Do you think it possible that things would be better off if the present government were in opposition, and then they would be there sort of telling the opposition, the present opposition in government, what to do, and therefore things will be better done and the country better off?
Well, yes, in my opinion, Mr. Perkins, I think the opposition would do a better job.
You think the opposition would what?
Yes, and it's so sad that the majority. I think the opposition would do a better job. You know.
A better job of what?
Yes, based on my experience.
A better job of what?
Governing.
You think so?
Yes, I do believe it.
Oh.
So sad that the majority. I don't think the majority of people really, you know, seems to have that view. You know, I don't think so. But you know, when I
so you think the fifth term is on?
I don't know. I don't know. But all I'm saying that I see where, you know, the opposition, they're putting things forward, and it's as if when the ruling party make an outcry or somebody make an outcry, they just back. You don't see a kind of aggressiveness that you do.
Yes, I see what you mean.
In an opposition party, you understand?
I see.
You understand me?
I follow you.
Yes, and I'm just saying that, you know, for this country, you know, to really move forward in a positive manner, we need to have, because, you know, everybody just sit back and look what is happening. You know, schools, you don't have a school. Where in the history of any country ever see something like that happen? You don't have a school, and you're telling people, parents that their children...
Well, it's not true that we don't have a school. What is happening is that they haven't got enough school spaces to accommodate the children that are there.
Then, but what about the school that they said that should be built?
Well, they said that they've assigned children to schools that have not yet been constructed. Yeah,
right, school that has not yet been constructed. Then which government? I know which...
I have never heard of this happening.
And you find people you go out on the street and you ask people, boy, am my party and them may vote for them. You look into things like this and you wonder, how do we Jamaicans think? How on earth we think?
Well,
Understand? Maybe if it's the opposition that had done it, then you'd hear all kind of outcry and what stupidity and, what will come down on them hard. I see the opposition, they make certain little utterance and they do certain things and people turn it around and start to ridicule them. You understand? And I don't see it as,
yes, but I tell you something. I don't know if you heard that letter, that item that we read from the Gleaner a moment ago. It looks as if things are getting more difficult for the government to borrow money.
Well, it must come to that, because
it is coming to that.
If you come to me and borrow money from me, and I send you go take it up off that table, and you never come and pay me back, and you come back and borrow me, send you go under the same table. When you go, you don't see no money there.
Well, they have
you never
been
pay
paying
me back,
but
so you can't expect to see none there.
But the thing is that their friends, Bear Stearns, who has given them a lot of help in recent years, right? They are now warning people against Jamaican bonds.
Okay, well, I suspect that because they oversubscribe at times, and
yes, well, mark you, most of the Jamaican bonds sold on the foreign market have for long been bought by Jamaicans,
Okay.
But I suppose it may be that even those Jamaicans may be wary of putting more and more money into government bonds. Except that some of them are so heavily committed that if things were to crash now, they would be in serious trouble.
Anyway, Mr. P, one other point. You see, and this thing with this cell phone or this phone thing. I hear sometime week before last, I don't remember exactly when, that somebody was saying that the Minister of Commerce, who is in charge of the cell phone and things, they take them to court and win a case wherein the minister had go ahead and made a ruling, and the group of people, they win that case, and they're saying that it will be better for the users of cell phones and such, cheaper. So I'm saying, I don't know, I don't hear anything else on that. I don't hear the opposition, I don't know if they're doing any research or doing any investigation into that matter, but how can you have a government who something would be cheaper for the people, and you go and make rules or form laws that, go against something that financially it would help the people?
Ask the PNP, sir. All right.
Anyway,
thank you very much.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, you must check on I hear you announcing a toll-free number. But when you call from it, I don't know, I use a cable wireless phone and I call it, and I was charged. So I'm just asking. I call cable wireless, they said that system is no more. It's not no free call, like a toll-free number.
Yes.
The 180.
No. My understanding is that it is a toll-free line. So if Cable and Wireless charge you, determine that with them, right?
Okay. Well, you see, we need to be properly informed.
Yes. Well, I don't know what they're doing.
Okay.
But it is a toll-free line.
Yeah,
okay. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hello, cousin. How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Yesterday was a very important day,
Yes?
Yes, yesterday.
19th of June.
Yes. It was also the 4th anniversary since the Jamaica Labour Party won the local government election.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. Thursday, June 19th. And I heard you was talking about the other issue, 31 years since the state of emergency.
Yes.
So June 19 becoming a very important date. Right? And that is good. That is good for the Jamaica Labour Party where they are concerned.
You think so?
Because we believe that in a way can tell of our victory to come in the general election.
I follow you.
And normally most times the party will win the local government election if it's before the general election. Normally goes on to win the general election.
Is that so?
Yes, when it happened in the 80s, the PNP won the local government election in 1986, and they went on to win the general elections in 1989. And remember, the PNP had won without not having any seat in Parliament at all.
Yes.
And they won the local government election and won 45 seats in the general
Well,
election.
maybe you're right, but the exception would be if God determines otherwise.
If God determines otherwise. Well, let us see. Let us see.
Yes.
Yes. But I don't think we should mix God and politics in the way we have been doing.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I would not expect God to be to like.
Mr.
But God is tolerant, you know.
Yeah, Bigger Perkins is almost like say everybody have their own God. Because you will say God tell you to do that. I will say God tell me to do this. Not the same God we're supposed to be talking about. So we divide up God now to
Yes,
our
indeed.
own personal.
All right, so that brings us to the end of today's program. All the best to you. Sorry we didn't have some more time to talk with you. Okay, we'll be back, we hope, tomorrow, usual time, usual place. We look forward to your company. So long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.